Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of our extended day ahead market stakeholder meeting, where we'll be discussing the straw proposal. My name is Isabella Nicosia with ISO Stakeholder Affairs. As a reminder, all of the meeting information that we'll be discussing today is available out on the California ISO website on the Edam initiative webpage. So you'll find the straw proposal, the presentation, as well as the agenda, and then the examples that James walked us through yesterday out there as well. We will have opportunities for questions again throughout the day today. And again, we'll give reminders to the in-person attendees and the virtual attendees on how to enter the question queue when it is time for questions. Before we get started, I would like to cover a few housekeeping items again. So same as yesterday, refreshments are available out in the atrium, out these doors to your right. We will have a break this morning, so you will get the chance to fill up on coffee, tea, water before we come back from break. There is also the guest lounge that is still available to you if you need it, out right across from the refreshments in the atrium. And then during lunch, we will have another tour today. So that'll be at 12:30 and we'll meet in the lobby. So if you didn't get a chance to tour yesterday, don't worry, there will be another opportunity today. So as far as meeting logistic reminders, this call is being recorded. The recording is for informational and convenience purposes only, and any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. Again, these calls and meetings are structured to stimulate an open and engaging dialogue, and so we hope that you have reviewed the straw proposal and the presentation. And then in the interest of time, it is a fairly tight agenda again today, so please just refrain from reiterating what has already been said so we can address as many questions as possible. And then if you need any technical assistance during the meeting, please send a chat to the event producer. Today's event producer is Marvin. But lastly, thank you for joining us, and we look forward to another day of engaging discussion. And with that, I will hand it back to Joanne Serena, our Vice President of Stakeholder Engagement and Customer Experience.
Great. Thanks so much, Isabella. And good morning, everyone who just joined us virtually. Welcome to day 2 of the Edam Straw Proposal Stakeholder Initiative meeting. So we had a very full day yesterday. Lots of great discussion. I know a lot of content, a lot of things to absorb. So today we're going to dive into a couple of different topics, new topics, and then we're going to spend quite a bit of time opening it up for open dialogue and discussion. So any questions that you had from yesterday that we didn't get to, we will hopefully be able to address them during that time period. So today, we are going to focus on, we're going to start with some focus discussions and stakeholder panels. We're going to start with an update from the Governance Review Committee, and then we will cover GHG accounting. So now, to introduce our current panel on the stage, I would like to introduce Stacy Crowley. She's the ISO's Vice President of External Affairs, who is going to introduce the GRC panel. And just as a quick reminder, I forgot for those on virtual, you'll notice that we are wearing masks. So the panelists are wearing masks because we did have a positive case yesterday. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Stacy.
Good morning. Good to see you all this morning. I just want to do a quick introduction. In fact, I'm just going to introduce the key panel lead to discuss governance review, delegation of authority, and stakeholder engagement. Today we have Andy Campbell. He is the Executive Director at the Energy Institute at Haas. He's going to be the moderator for today's discussion, and I will turn it over to him to start the dialogue. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Stacy. So yesterday and later this morning, the focus of the workshop is on what the Edam market should look like. During this panel, we'll be focusing on how decisions to change Edam market rules will be made, who makes those decisions, and how stakeholders engage in policy development. The Governance Review Committee has been charged by the ISO Board of Governors and the Western EIM governing body with evaluating and recommending any modifications to the recently adopted governance framework that should be adopted in conjunction with the EDAM market design. This is not covered in the EDAM straw proposal, so this is not like a secret chapter that you missed there, but is being looked at in a process designed to track the same timeline. Now, briefly introduce our panelists here. We have Lauren Tenney Dennison. Actually, maybe I should go in the order of, they're up here, not the order on my piece of paper. How about that? Let's start down there with Manuel Sanchez, Director of Power Operations with Public Service Company of New Mexico, which is New Mexico's largest energy provider. Next to Manuel, we have Lauren Tenney Dennison, Director of Market Policy and Grid Strategy with the Public Power Council. The Public Power Council represents the Pacific Northwest consumer-owned utilities on important issues in the region and in Washington, D.C. We have Ali Koslow, Director of Federal Regulatory Affairs with Arizona Public Service. APS is an investor-owned utility serving 2.7 million Arizonans. And next to me is Jeff Nelson, Director, FERC Rates and Markets Integration with Southern California Edison, an electric investor-owned utility that serves 15 million people across central, coastal, and Southern California. Thanks to all of you for being here, many of you who agreed to participate in short notice. I'll say we have one more member of the panel who is participating virtually. That is Commissioner Ann Rendall from the Washington Utilities and Transportation Commission. The Washington UTC regulates Washington's investor-owned utilities. And Commissioner Rendall is also the representative here from the body of state regulators, which is, as the name suggests, a collaborative group of state regulators from across the Western U.S. engaging on these topics. First, Commissioner Rendall, can you speak so we can confirm that you are here and we can hear you?
We haven't got confirmation that she's been able to join yet. So as soon as she's joined, we'll be able to pin her video up on the screen. Anne, were you able to join? Christina, is there any confirmation yet?
So Marvin, if she's just on audio, Ian, if you can press pound 2. We are looking for you on the log into the Zoom, but not seeing her yet.
It doesn't look like Anne's currently connected.
All right. So as soon as she gets connected, we'll pin her up there. So hopefully she might be having a technical difficulty. Okay. Right. Thanks.
Thanks, Joanne. So to kind of set things up, so at an April 29th general session meeting of the Governance Review Committee, we shared the topics we're focused on. We're currently in the middle of stakeholder outreach. This panel is very much part of this stakeholder outreach and the input we hear from folks here at the event also. Later this summer, we'll be releasing our governance straw proposal, and stakeholders will have an opportunity to comment on that proposal. So again, this morning's panel was really organized to help the Governance Review Committee understand stakeholder perspectives and hopefully also encourage some collaboration among stakeholders. So I'm joined here by several other members of the Governance Review Committee who are sitting in the front row here. Rebecca Wagner, Tony Braun, and Eric Eisenman. And they're encouraged to all kind of jump into the conversation with follow-up questions and clarifying questions and being active participants. And this panel, we tried to get together a panel we thought would be kind of broadly representative of a lot of the perspectives we've been hearing so far. But this doesn't represent every perspective that's out there, and there'll be opportunity for Q&A as part of this discussion. So first, kind of two broad areas we want to focus, as well as kind of open things up more broadly at the end. But one is we call delegation of authority. That's kind of a key that kind of encompasses the authority that the body that governs the EDAM market has, kind of what the extent of that authority is and what the decision-making process is, falls in this sort of delegation of authority topic. We'll also focus quite a bit on the stakeholder role in policy development. So starting with delegation of authority, so less than a year ago, the boards adopted a new joint authority model, whereby both the EIM governing body and the ISO Board of Governors must approve changes to market rules that apply to EIM participants in their capacity as EIM participants. So question to the panel, what changes should be made to this approach for governance of the EDAM market and why? And I think I'll start here with Jeff.
I was going to unmask, but I need to keep this on. So good morning. Thank you very much for having me on the panel and representing Southern California Edison. Sort of going back in a little history on when we got to the joint authority, I thought that was a really healthy process. There really is a need for representation, the need to make sure that everyone's voice is being heard, a need for active participation and engagement. And at the same time, there's a need to recognize some structural differences, responsibility differences, and legal restrictions in how governance needs to work. We got to the joint authority, I thought was very, very constructive, where issues that are rules that are impacting folks get a direct voice from the governing body at the EIM and a direct oversight from the ISO's board. So I think it's a wonderful structure. It was well discussed, brought out, and arrived to. Now, as we move towards EDAM, we have a whole new scope of rules that are going to be impacting participants. All of the day-ahead market, pretty much all of the mechanics of the day-ahead market are going to be impacting folks. And we feel likewise, people need a voice in that. So we see the expansion of the joint authority needing to cover all of these new rules, all of the rules that people are being applied to. And at the same time, though, there still is a structural, very core structural difference between the role EDAM participants play and the role California ISO entities play in transmission planning, generator interconnection, all of our resource adequacy rules. We're our own BA, they're their own BA. So there still is a need for certain things to reside completely under the ISO's board that are, in our view, exclusive to the ISO, but also a need for the rules that are common to make sure that there's input and oversight and agreement by all stakeholders before we move forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. And I see Commissioner Rendall has joined us, and I will try to pull you into the conversation. Hopefully everything is connected well, and love to hear your thoughts or the BOSR's thoughts on, what changes, if any, should be made to the joint authority framework that was recently put in place.
Well, good morning, and I'm sorry I can't be there in person. There's just so much going on here in Washington. I really wish I was there in person, and thank you for including me on the panel. So the BOSR really supports maintaining the joint authority structure for the reasons that my fellow panelists just mentioned. It's really critical to continue this in EDAM. We think that joint authority reflects the truly interconnected nature of the Western grid and how decisions impact electricity customers both within and outside of California. And so it really reflects the need for and the importance for joint problem solving to balance the interests of customers across the West, which we think is clearly in the public interest. The primary authority construct, which removes the board's involvement in decisions delegated to the governing body, might make joint problem solving more difficult going forward and might result in a narrower scope of authority for the governing body, which might impede achieving benefits for customers across the West. Things are moving very quickly. We realize how interconnected everyone is, all the utilities and the customers and the systems and the grid across the West. And so it's critical that we maintain the joint authority structure, recognizing that there are differences even in an EDAM model for what the CAISO responsibilities are and what might be the interests and responsibilities for EDAM entities going forward. But we strongly support maintaining the joint authority structure for EDAM. Now, I do need to say that these comments are consensus comments from the BOSR members, and that as this process goes forward and there may be a straw proposal on governance, there might be different perspectives and opinions that different states may share on this matter. But as far as the BOSSR and a consensus matter, those are the BOSSR's reflections on joint authority going forward. So I hope that's helpful.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Very, very helpful, and including kind of framing that in the context of there could be different opinions down the road. Manuel, if I could pull you in and kind of be interested in your sort of thoughts at this point about kind of governance framework in the EDAM context and how you're thinking about this sort of move from EIM to EDAM.
Yeah, from PNIM's perspective, I mean, we would be looking to like the BOSSR to give us guidance as to whether joint authority is something that we would be in agreement with. We also have some concerns, though, that if it creates issues amongst our neighboring balancing authorities, that they could make decisions that would kind of impede us being one to be in an EDAM, because it's all about, for us at least, it's about transmission connectivity. And if we don't have good connections to make EDAM beneficial to us, then we may not even be able to participate, because we have to justify the benefits are there. So if governance is going to drive those kind of wedges into the different entities to go one way or the other, then for our purposes, we would really be relying on that guidance from BOSSR, but we also have to take into account our neighboring balancing authorities, because we need to make it work. And if the governance drives to the point where it's not workable, then it's going to be hard for us to do that participation. At least that's where we're at right now.
Thank you. Well, conveniently, there's a neighboring balancing authority a couple seats down from you here. So, Ali, could you, what are your thoughts on the joint authority model in the EDAM context?
Sure. Thanks, Andy. And you could not see that I was smiling underneath my mask there, unfortunately. Well, first, I want to thank the GRC for the work that you all have been doing. This has not been an easy task by any means. And we definitely appreciate the proposal that has been put forward on joint authority, and understand, and certainly where you're coming from in terms of trepidation surrounding the primary authority model. However, I would be remiss if I did not say that we are still, and I can speak on behalf of APS, but I think also on behalf of the Arizona utilities as a whole, that we are still very much interested in a primary authority model. While I understand that might make certain problem solving amongst the entities more difficult, what we have seen as of recent is that the joint authority model seems to continue to drive the status quo of a California-focused mindset. And while I understand that this organization starts with California, I also think that it is the goal of this organization to be more regional and to bring us all into the fold. Unfortunately, there's been some events in the last few years that have made it pretty clear that there are some really key wedge points for us. And if we can't solve those, there's possibilities that we get into a place where there's some pretty big conflict amongst us. I know I'm going to actually presuppose a question that I know I'm going to get from one of the GRC members here about whether or not a primary authority model actually would be representative of the entities outside of California. And I can say that if it's the current EIM structure, EIM governing body structure, I'm not sure that it would. I think we still need some changes there. And I've spoken to a number of the members of the EIM governing body and explained to them why we feel that we are still, those entities outside of the California ISO Balancing Authority are still somewhat at a disadvantage versus our peers inside of the California ISO. Having said that, I also recognize that there are a number of obligations that this organization has to uphold for their load-serving entities. We, obviously are looking for a workable solution, but would be encouraging both the ISO and the members of the ISO to be thinking really broadly about what representation looks like and how to achieve that in the broadest framework possible. Obviously, our goal at the end of the day is a legislative change that would enable the board of the California ISO to be a fully FERC independent governing body. But that's not in the cards right now, right? That would require a full legislative change, and that's going to take some time. So I think I'll cap it off there. Again, I don't want to diminish the work of the GRC at all. Most people say you've been probably herding cats. I think it's more like herding a bunch of very restless and anxious poodles. So.
Thank you. Or doodles, I think, are the thing of the day. And then definitely thinking some follow-ups here, but I do want to bring Lauren in, and then we can kind of have some back.
Sure, thanks. And thanks so much for the opportunity to participate in the discussion this morning. Before getting into the topic at hand, I just wanted to provide just a quick overview of the Public Power Council, because I'm not sure if I think some folks in the room might be a little less familiar with us. We are the umbrella trade association for public power in the Northwest. We represent the interest of about 90 utilities, all publicly owned. And within that membership, there's quite a bit of diversity. We have urban utilities, rural utilities, large, small. The way that our members would interact in the market is a little bit different. We have folks that are their own balancing area. We have folks that have their own resources and would bid in. And we also have utilities that are full requirements customers of Bonneville. So there's a couple different layers which our members are looking at this too. So there's the individual piece, looking at their individual, will they participate in the market? And then there's also the Bonneville piece. Our members are all preference customers of Bonneville. That preference right to Bonneville's generation is a very useful and important tool for them to meet their goals of providing their ratepayers or their customers with reliable, carbon-free, affordable power. And so just to give the context, our members pay roughly 70% of BPA's operating costs. And so, as I mentioned, they'll be looking at it from their own perspective, and then also what are the impacts of to BPA. So I just wanted to sort of lay some context there for how we're looking at things. And while we are still talking with members about these specific proposals or questions that the GRC has posed, our members have been very clear that having a representative, independent governance is really important, and that independence is not just, is it FERC independent, but this idea of neutral. I think Ali phrased it very well as, some of our concerns about how do we make a even playing field for everyone in this market. And, when we think about primary authority and joint authority, within the current construct, primary authority seems very appealing in that it gives the EIM governing body an expanded role. But even within that, there's limitations because of this interaction with the consent agenda and the role that the CAISO Board of Governors has, and potentially revisiting any decisions that were under primary authority. So within this context, I think, again, Ali laid out very well some of the things that seem appealing about primary authority. But within the current construct, we do see benefits of having the decision makers together and having that joint discussion. So very early in the joint authority stage, there's a lot to be learned there. We see some benefits so far. It's a little bit of we're still waiting to see, but and to reemphasize a lot of the things that the other panelists have said that really highlight the pros and cons of the two options.
So a couple of you mentioned the word representative, wanting a kind of a governance that's representative. I'd love if folks could, whether you've said something about on this topic or not, kind of jump in on what does that mean to you? Kind of what does representative look like from where you sit? And I'll just say anyone can raise their hand and jump in on this, Commissioner or anyone here. Ali.
Yeah, so when I'm talking about representative, I'm really talking about a representative of a diversity of thought, right? So it doesn't have to necessarily be that folks are, from Arizona or from Washington or Oregon or some other state, Idaho, wherever it may be in the Western Interconnection, but that have a broader representation of thought and sort of how does the OAT framework work versus how does the ISO RTO framework work? How do those things play together? Because as it is right now, right, we're not talking about fully integrating into the ISO RTO. We're talking about a day ahead market. And there are a number of differing paradigms, that we are trying to link up in that way. So it's important that there be a number of folks who can have representative ideas about how those different paradigms can link up and work together, and also understand some of the complexities around both the resource and political challenges that we're all dealing with here in the West, right? There are so many different policy initiatives and goals. We all know that we're facing some of the tightest resource conditions that we have ever seen in the history of this country, let alone the history of the West. And that can put a lot of pressure on people. And it's very easy to get somewhat ethnocentric, if you will, and only look in and say we need to protect our own. So if you have some of that diversity of thought, hopefully we're looking at the broader whole, and hopefully coming up with better solutions to effectuate some equity across the footprint as opposed to really just within one BA or another BA, that is.
Jeff.
Yeah, there is a lot of really insightful comments there about trying to get diversity of opinion. I really agree with that. Something that's really tied with governance, I hope I'm not jumping too far ahead, is the stakeholder engagement. And the only way you're going to get good representation, frankly, is if you're speaking up. If the individuals that are participating have an opportunity to participate in the designs, the discussions, to have a voice, to have a good process where people know that their opinions are getting into the record, they're getting heard, they're getting thought about. So the stakeholder process, an open, transparent stakeholder process, is crucial to inform whatever governance structure we have. So just one big vote for the importance of stakeholder engagement, stakeholder participation. The best ideas are coming from the ground, from the people that are actually doing it, that really know how the stuff works. You really need to be involved. If I could, it's my opinion that we have a very unique window in history right now. And perhaps what we do in the next 2 years is going to determine what the next 20 years looks like in the West. And there's such a potential for benefit for all of our customers, for the region, for the environment, for the costs, for our planning. There's such a potential for benefit here. People need to be engaged. I hope people can see the potential and really work cooperatively through good engagement, be heard, and get good representation. Don't want to let this slip through our fingers.
Commissioner Rendall, would you like to jump in on this representation question? How does the BOSR think about that in this context?
Well, I'll just say with the energy imbalance market, the BOSR has been very supportive of the governing body having a diverse perspective of views and geography and experiences to help really reflect the needs of the various stakeholders across the West in ensuring that the EIM is successful. And I think similarly, and this does, as Jeff said, tend to go to other issues that we're going to be talking about, but I think it also, the importance of joint authority really also depends on having that diverse viewpoint in the governance, whether that's geographic or perspective from whether you're an investor-owned utility or a public power entity or a power marketing agency or an independent power producer. The perspective from all of us across the West, and that includes state representatives, whether they're state regulators or other state representatives, and other interested folks. Having everyone engaged in this process is critical, as Jeff said, but also I think there needs to be, in supporting the joint authority model, needs to be an understanding that those that are making the decisions also reflect the diversity of the West, because we're all interconnected. We're all engaged in this together. I agree with Allie, this is critical. I also agree with Jeff that what we're doing here is really pivotal in how things move forward. So representation is key, not just to make sure you have folks who are in the room making the decision, but also that you have folks who are engaged and people who are listening to the needs of those across the West and understand those needs. So that's my perspective, maybe going a little beyond the consensus comments that are from the bosser, but I'll just put that out there.
Thank you. Other thoughts, Lauren?
Yeah, thanks. And I couldn't agree more with a lot of what the other panelists have said on this, and especially on that engagement point. I think that yesterday and starting off today, it's really great to see how much engagement there is, and this is a really great start to furthering this discussion. Maybe bringing in one more perspective on how do we gain representation. I think the GRC has identified the potential for modifying the ISO board's mission statement to be more inclusive. And I think that those types of, what are we all trying to achieve together and how can that be more reflective? Again, that's something that can be really helpful there.
Yeah, I think from PNN's perspective, anything that broadens the decision making down to the actual participants that have to do this, and knowing that we've had input and we get our input from all the different stakeholders, but that once we finally start putting all the nuts and bolts together, that we're going to move forward with, that's what we're going to move forward with certainty, so that we can start planning for this stuff to implement it. And if it's going to get circumvented at the last minute, then that puts us in a really bind. We've got to work with so many different vendors and operating systems, and just talking back and forth between each individual entity. You can't have that kind of uncertainty in that mix from our standpoint as an operator. Anything we can do to minimize that is what we would be looking forward to having. If you can find some middle ground here between these two options, then that's what we would like to see.
I think we're going to have some of the other GRC members are going to jump in here. Tony? No.
It's a little person talking.
I'm used to the old mics, I guess. So Lauren alluded briefly to perhaps mission statement, Allie, in her discussion of the issue that shall not be named. Also talked about things that we're perhaps like to see as far as the governing body changes. I think that might be irrespective of joint versus primary. Can we expound upon those other things, other ideas that people would like to see?
Yeah, I can start there. Thanks for that question, Tony. I've been part of the Edam conversation basically since its inception, when a small group of the EIM entities got together and kind of thought about how do we get more out of this really successful market that we are experiencing through EIM. How do we get more benefits for our customers? And so we started talking about a day ahead market. And in those conversations, it absolutely came up about what kind of governance we would have to see. And at the time, we had a conversation about sort of the legislative mission statement that the California ISO was essentially founded by, right? So that enabling legislation that was initially passed in order to create the ISO, what was the purpose that maybe even going back into the legislative history, what was the purpose of creating the ISO, and where do we maybe have some gray area that we could pull a thread on to try and delegate some of that authority over the market aspects to a board that isn't the California governor appointed board. And so we had a lot of conversation around that at the time. I think at some point there was some legal opinion rendered, and I am an attorney, but not an attorney, a practicing attorney right now, so I'm not going to speak with that hat on. But what I'll say was that there was a legal opinion rendered at the time, or I guess recently, that somehow said, well, we don't feel like we really can delegate any more of the authority and still maintain the legislative intent. And I would really challenge both the GRC and the ISO to look at that carefully. Any good lawyer will tell you that in common law principles and frankly any legislative practitioner, that there's always room for interpretation. So I would just encourage that the GRC really look at that, think about whether there is room for more interpretation of that, to expound upon that, to expand the role of some type of independent body. I don't know if it's the body that exists today, maybe it's something else. But to create sort of a body that is exclusively in control of the market functions of the ISO, that would be closer to an independent type board than what we have today.
Very well said. And maybe just to add on to that, in our trying to think of what else can we do, I think that, the GRC and other stakeholders have been very creative and very, thinking through a lot of this stuff. We continue to try to better understand what the existing limits are today. Ali referenced the legal opinion. PPC asked a number of questions back in the EIM governance review process and got very helpful insights from CAISO legal staff that helped, our understanding of what sort of the tests or what we're seeing on those limitations. And even referring back to this mission statement, it seems like something that would be helpful, but we don't fully understand how could that mission statement interact with the mission statement that Ali was just referencing. What are the limitations? What's the so having some better parameters on what is possible, and I think that might just be an iterative process as we come up with ideas and sort of test the bounds. But that's something that we continue to try to better understand. We often talk about some of the limitations of the governance as far as how the Board of Governors is appointed, but there's other layers too. The CAISO's role as a California benefit corporation and tax exempt status, and there's a lot of things that are tied up in there that it's just a lot to unravel, and working on that together to better understand what's possible with or without legislative change, and kind of all that, how all that ties together, I think would be really helpful.
Rebecca.
Okay, now I can't see my notes. Going to Ali's comment about interpretation of the California statute, we do have a working group that is evaluating that. How far can we push this? And we did a similar exercise with EIM. One thing that I have noticed in the comments that we received is like no legal analysis. No one's willing to put out, of the stakeholders, no one's putting out their own legal theory or analysis on that. So, we can only explore as far as we can. So if you guys have some ideas about how to interpret it, I know that will make especially utilities uncomfortable to put out a legal brief on that, but help inform us, right? I wanted to go back to a comment before, and I apologize for this, Andy, I didn't get my card up. Ali, you mentioned that you're concerned about the existing governing body and that it would need some changes even as it is. What kind of changes, like more members? What because that's kind of a fundamental of where we're starting from. So just interested in your thoughts on what would need to be changed there.
This is going to be unpopular opinion, but I'm going to put it out there anyway, because that seems to be my MO sometimes. You know, for those of us that are outside of California, it would be really nice to feel like we kind of had a body that was dedicated to our interests, right? It seems like those folks that are inside of California, inside of the California ISO, they have a board already. And then the EIM governing body is also supposed to be protecting the market, the EIM market at large. It all ends up kind of flowing in the direction of the California interest. And I'm going to exempt the banks and LADWPs of the world right now from the California interest. I'm going to put them in some weird ancillary bucket over here. I don't know that they're California. I don't know that they're non-California. We'll just leave them over on the side here for a minute. I'm going to go back to the dreaded wheel through issue that no one wants to hear about anymore. But that was a really good example of an opportunity for the current EIM governing body to take a position about something that affected very squarely in a very differing way the California interest versus those of us outside, specifically in the desert Southwest. And what we saw was silence, a non-opinion. That was really disconcerting for us and shows that that body isn't necessarily digging into the issues outside of California as much as we might want them to. Now, this is a very hard job, and this is not easy stuff to deal with. And so that's why I'm saying I know that this is probably pretty unpopular opinion. But if it were up to us, there might be much more emphasis of that EIM governing body or EDAM governing body put on the entities outside of California, especially to the extent that they were still somehow bifurcated. Now, to the extent that this became the EIM or the EDAM independent governing body that was then, having purview over the entire market, that would be different, right? Because then they would really need to be looking at the California interest as well, especially to the extent that it was fully delegated and that the board was not really putting their thumb on the scale at any point. But that's when I'm talking about further changes. That's really what I'm talking about. And again, I think that's probably pretty unpopular opinion, but most of us, I think, in the Arizona world share it.
But Eric Eisenman.
Allie, thanks for your perspectives. You'll be shocked to know I don't completely agree with all that. Let me say this, I like joint authority. I think it's still in its infancy, but I think it's working. But I want to give due consideration to primary authority over the next couple months as a member of the GRC. You discuss kind of a legal perspective. As a GRC member who works for a California IOU, I have to also think about the political perspective. So what I'm going to need help from you on either now or in comments later on is, what do we tell the board? What do we tell the folks in Sacramento about primary authority would be superior because, fill in the blanks. And I don't have an answer to that. Why should they accept that? So remember, anything the GRC comes up with, even let's assume joint authority over the day ahead market, needs to be approved by the board. So, just keep in mind that kind of political reality. Might not like it, but it's there. And I'll say, I hope in maybe the medium term rather than just 2022, certainly interested in those kinds of legislative discussions. But I think that's probably, that political reality that's not a 2022 issue, but hopefully very soon after that. And there's an election here this year and so on. So I just wanted to share that with you.
I really do not want to be the only person talking up here. So I think Lauren and I share a very similar perspective on this. So I'm going to probably defer to her. But the one piece that I will add to this is, what do I tell my commission? right? What do you tell your board? What do I tell my commission? We all have a political problem in this if we want to participate. And yours is much more acute, right? Because this is a California entity that is running this operation, and it is what I'm going to call a quasi-political subdivision of the state of California. So it is a much different acute problem. But to the extent that APS wants to participate in this market, I have a regulatory obligation to my Arizona Corporation Commission that anything that we do is not going to California, they're Arizona. So yeah. I have a very similar problem to you, and I don't necessarily have a great answer, but maybe that's something that we need to do more collaboration on. And I would actually love to hear if Lauren has a perspective on something that you could tell your board.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's not much more to say other than, you know, I think Ali said it well. We really are looking for that representation, and she brought up a very good discussion about the EIM governing body right now is representative of who is participating in the real-time market. It includes perspectives from California. Yes. And so to the extent that continues to be true, you know, primary authority would still have representation and perspectives from those within California. You know, it just maybe this is probably not, I'm going to push it a little bit even further on primary authority because, you know, when we talk about these things with governance, we always go quickly to the edge cases, right? Like what happens when things get really bad. But, you know, we talk with our members and it's even like, well, even within primary authority, what happens when things get really bad and we can't agree? And the CAISO Board of Governors can just come in and change what has happened. So, you know, we're trying to walk through, you know, benefits and challenges and all of the, you know, the two options are before us. And then even beyond that, what do we say when we talk about these worst case scenarios? So I'm not sure that helped, except to recognize that, as you and Ali have been discussing, that we all have challenges on, you know, how do we keep this representative and how do we not be concerned about those worst case scenarios where folks lose control or don't feel represented in the outcomes.
Yeah, and you know, thank you for those perspectives. And you know, I'll just note that the California the CPUC has articulated that it seems pretty comfortable with joint authority. So I have to hear that loud and clear. And I get what Ali said about what do we tell the Arizona Commission, and you've got a lot of members. I get all that, and it's kind of, I'm trying to absorb all that and listen. So thank you.
I mean, if this was easy, we'd have figured it out a long time ago, right?
Yep. Tony, quick question. I want to go to Commissioner Rendall. And,
thank you.
And then to also pivot into the stakeholder engagement topic.
Jeffrey, you used the word broad when we were, talking about the application of joint authority earlier in your opening remarks, and I've heard you say it before. You guys did a really heavy lift last time and looked through the tariff and tried to, articulate how things would apply and things like that. And I think I agree. I mean, however it's formulated, the scope of the authority is going to be a lot of the tariff, right? And so, I just want to make sure I'm catching what you guys are thinking on this. It's going to be a lot of the tariff, and whatever model we put in there, right? So we would benefit from your help in doing something similar, I think, because the only way I can grapple with it is really get down to the tariff itself and figure out what things in. And I come back, there's so many integrated sections here that really starts becoming difficult to parse them, right? So would you agree with the way I'm generally characterizing it?
Yeah, I think the GRC was really smart and sort of used some words that captured big principles. And I think there were two words. One was rules that apply to entities, and another word was rules that impact. I'm in the apply, right? Because frankly, the butterfly flapping its wings in Tokyo impacts the weather in California. So I think we should start with those principles. I think you were smart to do that, and the apply. And I think most of those will be bright line as things go. and there may be some need to adjudicate the gray areas.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I think the forensics is needed. Is without doing that, I'm not sure I know the difference between apply and all. You know, I don't know. Like, you got to look at this and say, you know, this could be, you know, maybe there's a handful of the day-ahead market tariff provisions that aren't, you know, don't implicate or apply to Edam. I don't know, but seems like it's going to be a big swath.
Yeah, I'd agree it's a big swath, but I articulated some of the things that are the generator interconnection, transmission planning, all of the stuff associated with resource adequacy, and there may be some other variations that are unique to California entities.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you. And I'm not going to touch on the political and legal issues, but Tony had raised this question about the board and the mission. And the BOSSR does have some consensus comments on that really talk about that really address the shared benefits and the shared issues we all have across the West. Obviously, there are differences of opinion between different states, but we basically support the mission statement and responsibilities of the board expanding to include those mutually beneficial actions that support states outside of California as well as California, because broader regional representation on the board can advance the policy goals in California, because affordably and reliably meeting California's clean energy goals is going to require that seamless intra-hour optimization of load and resource diversity across the West. We all depend on one another. There's a border, but there's not a border. We're all in it together. And so I think we need to focus on, if we can, expanding that mission to really include that representation to reflect all of these concerns that I'm hearing from the other folks on the panel. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for that input on the mission. And maybe, Commissioner, keeping with you and kind of moving to the stakeholder engagement topic, which has been brought up here, you'd be interested to hear kind of BOSSR perspective on how is it going now in terms of the stakeholder engagement framework that's in place, and what changes, if any, should be made as we kind of, if we're moving to this much bigger and more economically significant market?
So those of you that know me know I've been involved in the EIM since the start of the governance decisions, and have been engaged with the EIM and with the Regional Issues Forum. And we've talked about the differences over the years on those two bodies. And so while the BOSSR doesn't have an opinion on whether a market participants committee or a broader based sector driven stakeholder committee should be formalized, the BOSSR does want to emphasize that if there is a participants committee that is formalized, and the degree to which that committee takes on policy making or decision making roles, the BOSSR expects that such a committee structure would include access and engagement for Western regulators and state representatives, as well as other stakeholders. We support that broad access and transparency in stakeholders' processes that already exist in the Western EIM structure, and we don't see benefits in narrowing that access to a smaller community. So expanding the stakeholder activities is critical. There's lots of different models for stakeholder activity across different RTOs and ISOs across the country. BOSSR members have looked at all of those models as well. But we want to make sure that if there is a committee or some sort of stakeholder group that is more market participant focused, that power is not centralized just in those folks, and allows other stakeholders to engage in that policy and decision making role.
Thank you. Now, Manuel is a relatively smaller entity within this big market. I guess what are PNM's thoughts on sort of how the Regional Issues Forum, other stakeholder engagement is working today, and whether we should be looking at further changes in that?
Yeah, one of the things I've kind of been getting from all these meetings is the stakeholders it's really important to have them, But at the end of the day, with the difference in my mind between EIM and EDAM is we're really committing our resources in our units and our transmission system in a way that EIM doesn't do. And as a result, we better be making some pretty good decisions, and we better be able to justify them to our management and to our regulators in our state. And that, we'll take the input from all the different entities that, have an interest, but ultimately we're the participators in this. And if we are seeing that the actions that are being driven by governance are creating issues with our system and how it runs, and quite frankly could even impact reliability within my BA, I'm going to hesitate to want to even be involved with that because it's just too important. Reliability is number one, so I cannot sit here and say, yeah, it works great for me the way we're doing it. I really think as a TO and as a GO and the balancing authority, we really need to be the ones that have a lot of a big role in these decisions because of the difference between EIM and an EDAM. At least that's where I'm kind of starting to settle in on that.
So there's this kind of distinction, the two ideas that are out there around stakeholder engagement, whether it's sort of a market participant model, some sort of formalized way of market participants impacting decision-making, helping to make decisions versus a broader stakeholder population. Any thoughts on kind of, sort of the right direction on that, or things that the GRC should be thinking about when picking between those paths?
Well, again, I think it's like where you're going to land in between these two paradigms that you guys are dealing with, because it's a different kind of model that we're dealing with. It's not an energy model. We're dealing with capacity and stuff. I really think there needs to be movement from the status quo that you guys are doing. It works great for EIM. I have no problem with EIM and the governance, but you're going to run into these people who we were forced to operate our system because of a decision from somewhere else, and that doesn't work well. So, more of a decision-making process that involves the final decisions coming from the participating parts of the EDAM, then and we'll take the stakeholder input. I mean, that makes sense, but it shouldn't be the final pieces and the moving forward of how an EDAM is working and how things are getting approved for that. Really should be driven down a little lower to the participants that are actually doing the work and having to live with it. That's what I'm trying to think.
Thank you. And in the spirit of stakeholder participation, I did say there's kind of audience Q&A, so please raise your hand if you would like to have a question or comment you would like to make. And either way, we'll continue the discussion here. Rebecca Wagner.
Thanks. And just thinking about the stakeholder perspective, I just wanted to note that we wanted to have as broad of a panel as possible today to include all sectors. We had some limitations on being able to be in person, but I didn't want anyone to, in the spirit of broad stakeholder representation and sector representation, that not everybody was included in the panel today. We would have had a giant panel. So I look at it and it looks utility heavy. That wasn't necessarily by design. It was just a matter of logistics. So those folks who are in the other sectors, IPP, public interest, consumer advocates, your positions are really important, and we didn't mean to not reflect them on the panel today. I just wanted to note that in the stakeholder perspective.
Thank you. And Joanne, there's a question online.
Yes, thanks, Andrew. So Christina, do you want to go ahead and queue up the person virtually with a question or comment?
Yeah. Leah, go ahead. Marvin, go ahead and open Leah's line.
Hi, this is Leah Fisher with Public Generating Pool. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, thanks, Leah.
Great, thanks. Thanks for letting me jump in. I really appreciated this fascinating discussion on joint authority versus primary authority. And I think the panelists did a really good job of airing that out and just really offering some transparent remarks on sort of the challenge as we explore that question. And I think just to offer PGP's sort of initial perspectives on this, I do think it is a really challenging issue to walk through. And it's one we've actually grappled with quite a bit, and our thinking, frankly, has evolved on it over time. But as we consider it, I think for me, it becomes a little easier if we just go back to the basics of what we're really trying to accomplish. And I think what we're trying to accomplish, and I think I heard this reflected in some of the remarks from the panelists as well, is developing a framework that allows all entities to have interests represented and ensures decision-making takes into account these interests without bias. But I think if we zoom out even further, I think the overall goal of Edam is really taking a step forward on regionalization. And so I think in order to be successful in that goal, I think we do need to be trying to find all the opportunities we can to work together collaboratively as entities within and outside California. So I think while primary authority really does have an appeal for those of us outside California, and frankly, it's something in earlier evolutions of the governance work we've advocated for, I do think it's unlikely to be the construct that really helps us move forward toward that common goal. So as we think about it, it's not that having the EIM governing body have primary authority over the majority of EDAM market rules would somehow be inappropriate. It is an independent body, and it's tasked with the success of EIM and the future EDAM broadly for both entities within and outside California. So I do think it would be appropriate and reasonable for the EIM governing body to have primary authority over the majority of rules in EDAM. I just don't think it's probably the model that balances the interests and concerns of all entities that would actually be required to make EDAM a success. So I just wanted to offer that perspective and really appreciate the panelists weighing all the different elements of this question, because it is a tricky one. So thanks.
Thank you, Leah. Other audience questions? I see there's one toward the back. If you could identify yourself and affiliation.
Vijay Satyal with WRA. Thank you for this discussion. This was helpful. The question that Andy had raised about stakeholder engagement and exploring new ways that entities and perspectives can be brought to the table. On behalf of the RIF, I just want to say that the RIF is exploring and appreciating the new expanded scope we've been given. And we'll be constantly deliberating the next couple of months to come up with ideas on where and how we can engage in current stakeholder initiatives and not just providing perspective or learning issues that has been the prior precedents. And to that end, we really appreciate the help of the GRC when they came and spoke to the RIF. So I just want to share that the RIF is taking this on, and we want to thoughtfully and deliberatively think about how and where we would give perspectives into current stakeholder initiatives that does not in any way create a conflict for any of these sector representations as part of their own formal opinions versus what the RIF could express. So I'm just sharing that for those who are maybe unaware, RIF is very aware, and the liaisons are going to be working on this. The only other comment I would like to give is between the debate on, not debate, but as Commissioner Rendell pointed out and somebody else did, if you were to go towards a market participant-driven approach more, you run the very risk that Ali brought up, is if you develop market proposals or rules that are more influenced by market participant only and not broader stakeholder based, when you go back to your state commissions, you're going to be evaluated on issues in ways that the very same participating utilities will miss having had that robust scrutiny and debate that you're benefited from with a broader stakeholder engagement model. So I just want to share that for the benefit of the group and for this community. And we urge you to give ideas and help to the RIF where you can. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple reactions here. Jeff.
Yeah, a theme that's come up that really is important is this: the BOSR, the body of state regulators. I think it's a really good structure to have as part of the conversation, because when we sort of look at consumer interests, state policy interests, and some of the comments that are made, ultimately, if you're a regulated utility, the regulators are really, really important. You've got to make sure that everyone's on board. So however we move forward in this, I vote to make sure that BOSR continues to have a very prominent, informative role and a voice in this. So just on the record, I think that's really important as we move forward.
Thanks, Allie.
Yeah, I did want to make a quick comment on the stakeholder aspect of this. I think one thing that the California ISO does remarkably well is integrate stakeholder comments and listen, right? It's really, really hard when you have a room of this many people who are very keenly interested in a topic to come to some type of consensus position that isn't going to really piss someone off. And I don't want to diminish that task in any way, shape, or form, because this is not an easy job. As Lauren mentioned, if it was easy, we would have figured it out by now. So I don't want anyone to take away from this, that APS somehow thinks that this should be some market participant driven only. To the Jay's point, that is definitely not where we are going as an entity, or think that anyone, frankly, in the utility business should be going. I think we're seeing that we're getting a lot better innovation out of listening to broader voices in this industry, and we're doing a much better job of kind of advancing the ball forward. But I do think it is important to realize that at the end of the day, each of these entities has a commitment that we have to uphold to our customers, if you're an IOU, to your shareholders, and to your commissions. So again, the stakeholder input is really, really important. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a decision that each of us has to make on our own, weighing all of those various, important externalities and whether or not it makes sense for us to move forward. And it may be that some of us kind of just sit on the sideline for a little while and watch and see what happens, and let this evolve a little bit, knowing that maybe we didn't necessarily get our way, but so we're gonna watch and see what happens. I commend the ISO very much, and frankly, all of the other initiatives that are out there in the West for trying to take in that stakeholder feedback and make it meaningful and come up with a product that will save our customers money and keep the lights on, more importantly.
Thank you. I think this topic is one where GRC is going to continue to be exploring. I think to maybe Vijay's comment, I think an area I'm very interested in kind of thinking about more is comes up in a few areas. We just GRC just recommended governance changes; those were just adopted. I think there's not all of the kind of quote authority that was enabled by that has really kind of come into practice. And even joint authorities, there's only been a handful of meetings to really observe that. The EIM governing bodies advisory authority is kind of very nascent in terms of how that is exercised. And so certainly a type of question we're interested in understanding in GRC is like, well, are there more kind of quote rule changes that need to be made, or is there kind of primarily kind of a maturation or just a usage of existing rules? And of course, it's also possible that rules could be changed somewhere, governance could be changed sometime down the road as if an EDM market goes in place and kind of matures. So we've hit the end of our time. There's a lot more to talk about on this topic. This has definitely been an excellent conversation. Thank you so much, panelists, Commissioner, and those of you who are here at the table, a little bit less than 6 feet apart. But this has been. We look forward to continue to talk. Appreciate everybody's willingness to share perspectives and the why behind those perspectives, and this very constructive piece of this. Lauren.
And maybe just to close out, I just wanted to, again, say thanks for the opportunity to have this discussion. I think it's also really great to have this discussion as a part of, it's market design and governance together. I know that governance is a separate initiative, but if we could get the governance perfect, but if folks aren't buying into the market design, it's not going to move forward. You get the design perfect, if the governance isn't workable, it's not going to move forward. So really appreciate the reason we care about governance is because the implications to market design. So I just wanted to say again, thanks for the opportunity to have this discussion and to have this discussion as part of the, larger how EDAM is coming together. Because I think, it's easy to get kind of off in our own governance world and lose a little bit of how those pieces work together.
Thank you for that closing perspective.
Yes. Thanks, Lauren, for that extra perspective. Appreciate it. And so thank you, Andrew, Allie, Ann, Lauren, Manuel, and on the important governance topic. So really appreciate your participation. So let's give a round of applause to this panel. Thank you. All right, so now we're going to switch gears and talk about another important topic. So I'm going to ask the GHG ISO team to come on up to the stage. We're going to be covering some important components of the EDAM design that was heavily discussed in the stakeholder working groups on greenhouse gas accounting. So the team is going to dive into some of the options that have been illustrated and outlined in the straw proposal. So I'm going to turn it over to Anya and George, who are going to lead this discussion. They're going to be joined by James Lynn. Just want to confirm, James, you're virtually online.
There he is.
Yes, I am.
Great. All right. And no spreadsheets today?
No, no spreadsheets.
Just checking. Okay. Also,
I can make some.
We know you're good at that. Also, Mark Rothleader, Milos, and John Anders will be joining this group as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Anya, and give you the clicker.
All right, great. Thanks so much. We've saved the best for last, greenhouse gas accounting. So thanks for sticking with us. Maybe just to refresh, we did include two options in the straw proposal, really as a reflection of interest from stakeholders that wanted further discussion on the zonal approach that was put forward, as well as the resource specific. Again, this is an area we'd like this group's feedback on. And the resource-specific approach does seek to identify the source of greenhouse gas emissions and use a least cost optimized dispatch to deem generation to serve load. Whereas the zonal approach takes a new approach, it moves away from deeming and allows resources to either be viewed as internal to greenhouse gas regulation area or allow for transfers if the price differential between areas exceeds a to be determined hurdle rate. So with both proposals, there are some enhancements that we're considering making that would apply to both. The first is reflecting the greenhouse gas regulation area. Today in the WEAM, we only look at the balancing authority area. We recognize with new greenhouse gas regulation programs that don't perfectly line up with balancing authority areas, this is a new feature we'll need to add. The second is creating a greenhouse gas pseudo-tie. Today in CAISO's market, we have the pseudo-tie concept that allows resources to be fully optimized within a balancing authority area if they use that option. The greenhouse gas pseudo-tie is slightly different in that it views those resources as internal, but only for greenhouse gas accounting purposes. So it is slightly different. And I'll note that this is kind of an option we're putting forward for both proposals. It's not necessarily a necessary aspect of the resource specific, but in order for us to model resources as internal to greenhouse gas regulation area, we do view it as a necessary enhancement if we were to move forward with the zonal approach. I'll also note that the GHG pseudo-tie concept would not necessarily view resources as internal to an area for RSE purposes, but again, it's just an accounting mechanism for GHG. So to go back to the resource-specific approach overview, we're optimizing those costs bid in by generators. And in terms of the mechanics, there is either a voluntary greenhouse gas bid adder that's used, indicating the price and quantity. And that's done when there is a kind of optional voluntary bid that's put in from a non-greenhouse gas regulation area to a greenhouse gas regulation area, or in a state of the world where greenhouse gas regulation areas are unlinked. So the compliance instruments between two areas are not recognized by each other. And this is a proposal that we'd like feedback on. Otherwise, if a resource is within a greenhouse gas regulation area, as is done today in California, the greenhouse gas bid is just included within the energy bid itself. And this could also be done when or if greenhouse gas programs are linked in the future. We're also proposing some enhancements to limit secondary dispatch through an improved baseline using the RSE solution and applying constraints to limit attribution based on transfer schedules. And I'll dig a little bit further into that. I did touch on this briefly yesterday. Key here, what I'd like to highlight is how these bids are reflected, kind of assuming that each of these areas has one resource, and really indicate that for a non-greenhouse gas regulation area, looking at an example where you have a resource that might be base scheduled at 200, but RTD is 300, the algorithm may deem 50 to serve that greenhouse gas regulation area A. So as I mentioned earlier, we are proposing two enhancements to limit secondary dispatch. Secondary dispatch arises when you have a not so clean resource that backfills when a clean resource is delivered to a greenhouse gas regulation area. And we measure this in order for programs to be able to account for the full atmospheric effect of their program. And there's a couple of aspects of using the RSE solution that I'd like to highlight on this slide. In order to reduce secondary dispatch, having a more accurate baseline can help reduce that total secondary dispatch. And so on this slide, what I'm presenting in table A is a portfolio of resources today in the WEIM. And as I mentioned in the WEIM, these resources may not be optimal. It's a self-submitted base schedule. And so what I'm trying to call out is in kind of the gas row for that self-submitted base schedule, we're making an assumption that the resource, it has that base schedule of 200, but in RTD, it's dispatched to 250. In the RSE, kind of having a more accurate reflection of commitment, there may be a case where that gas resource in the RSE solution is committed at 250, optimally making that RTD dispatch similar at 250. And I'll remind folks that a few years ago, we made some enhancements to the WEIM to limit secondary dispatch between the base schedule and the upper economic limit. And so on the left, in that WEIM example, the kind of deeming or contribution or the deeming could range between the base schedule 200 to 100, whereas in the RSE, if it's the base schedule is optimized at 250, the deeming that the optimization could include would range between 250 and 300. So kind of a difference there in terms of the range of deeming that could occur. The next enhancement we're making is limiting attribution to the net export constraint. And maybe I'll just start with the three flavors of attribution that can occur today. You can have greenhouse gas attribution when a BA is exporting below its transfer limits, when there are exports above transfer limits, or when the BA is a net importer. These are three types of attribution that occur today in the WEIM, but with these constraints, it would only be kind of the blue area, the exports below transfer limits, that would be included moving forward. And so what we've done in this example and below in the data is on the left side, show this by percentage when applying these constraints, to a WEAM data set. So looking at WEAM data, applying these constraints, we're observing that from the January through April timeframe, secondary dispatched decreased, depending on the day, between 20 and 80%. So that's a percentage decrease just looking at a sampling of that data. And on the right side, you're seeing total volumetric reduction. Oh, dogs are really excited about these constraints too. All right, so moving on to the zonal approach, we've got a resource-specific pathway to view these resources internal to greenhouse gas regulation area. We also have the option for resources not viewed as internal. All resources could be subject to a hurdle rate if the price differential is sufficiently high. And as I mentioned yesterday, in the working group process, we discussed different ways to develop a hurdle rate. In its simplest form, it could be an allowance price multiplied by the emissions rate. But that could become something that could be more dynamic in the future, or potentially, based on marginal emissions rate. But for the kind of basics of the straw proposal, this is the proposal being put forward. And then the other mechanisms for the zonal approach are how these resources is viewed as either internal on a short-term basis, long-term basis for path 1, or short-term basis for path 2, and all other resources would use that hurdle rate. So looking at this just from a phased approach in terms of having a single greenhouse gas regulation area, then we'll move on to an example where we're looking at 2 greenhouse gas regulation areas that are unlinked, and then looking at 2 greenhouse gas areas that are linked. So let's start with our simplest example of how the zonal approach is structured, recognizing resources as internal using those green areas under path 1 or path 2, making an assumption about that hurdle rate being a product of the unspecified rate and allowance cost, and indicating that if the price external to the greenhouse gas regulation area, when considering that external price and the hurdle rate, is less than the greenhouse gas regulation area, that transfer could occur. And if it was not, the transfer would not occur. Moving on to an example where we have multiple greenhouse gas regulation areas that are unlinked. Again, they have the compliance instruments are not recognized by each other. They do not have the same allowance prices. There is the ability to still view those resources as internal from the non-GHG regulation area to the greenhouse gas regulation areas. And then that hurdle rate would differ depending on which greenhouse gas area the resource is seeking to deliver to. And then in considering a linked state of the world, there's a recognition that now the compliance instruments are recognized. There is kind of one allowance cost and one emissions factor that's used. The hurdle rate is the same. Transfers between the greenhouse gas regulation areas are considered 0. And what I'd like to highlight here is I'm representing this as maybe 3 geographic areas, but from a modeling perspective, we would be looking at this as a transfer from a non-greenhouse gas regulation area to one greenhouse gas regulation area. And then we need to kind of do an allocation on a load ratio basis kind of between those areas afterwards. Maybe some of the points I'd also like to highlight that I touched on yesterday is that when we're considering greenhouse gas design in the market, it's not just reflecting the cost of carbon compliance, but it's also reflecting state air regulator program requirements and ensuring that the market design reflects kind of how that program has been developed and how state regulators would like it implemented for their compliance and reporting purposes. And so there's aspects of both proposals that might raise open issues. I've tried to capture some of them here. This might capture some and not all of the issues. This might be a good area of debate, but wanted to flag, at least for the resource-specific approach, there's an open issue for state air regulators in terms of how to handle the costs when internal to a greenhouse gas regulation area, entities are reflecting greenhouse gas compliance costs in their energy bids, and then again reflecting an additional cost if they offer into a non-linked greenhouse gas regulation area. Kind of having two layers of compliance costs there. That's something that we believe state air regulators might need to determine how to potentially adjust for that or account for that. And then second, how to account for emissions leakage. We are making some enhancements to some of the secondary dispatch concerns, but are there other measures that might need to be addressed by those state air regulators in terms of their program? For the zonal approach, there's also some questions at hand in terms of how that hurdle rate is calculated and some of the underlying assumptions. What point of regulation is needed to support state air regulators' statutory requirements? And I think this mostly comes into play with the use of the hurdle rate. And also, will there be sufficient data to support source-specific reporting requirements under Path 1 and Path 2 from the perspective of do we have enough information on a real-time basis so that Path 2, again, was those shorter-term commitments indicating willingness to offer into greenhouse gas regulation area. How do we verify kind of source-specific treatment there? And then lastly, accounting for emissions leakage. So not just an issue for the resource-specific approach, but also at play for the zonal approach as well. And lastly, I'll close with some kind of aspects of greenhouse gas settlement, and we've got James Lynn on the line for additional questions. But for the resource-specific approach, resources with a greenhouse gas obligation would settle at their marginal costs, and those same resources would settle at a deviation based on their kind of relevant marginal cost in real time. The Edam area marginal GHG neutrality would be allocated to the Edam entity or measured demand. And then in real time, it would be the EIM real-time marginal GHG neutrality that's allocated to the Edam entity or measured demand. And I'll just note the GHG neutrality is really kind of the LMP minus congestion, minus losses, minus energy. For the zonal approach, in the day ahead, the greenhouse gas transfer obligation would settle at the relevant hurdle rate and be allocated based on state air regulator requirements. We still have that's something that state air regulators would need to come forward with. And the real-time greenhouse gas transfer obligation would settle at that deviation from day ahead at the relevant hurdle rate, and again, allocated based on input from state air regulators. You know, is that meter demand? Is that to scheduling coordinators? So that would be something to further develop. So with that, I wanted to open it up to questions from the audience.
All right. Thanks, Anya. So if you've got questions in the audience, you raise your hand or you can turn your name tent up on its side. I think we've got one question in the back. You go ahead, please.
Hi, Vijay with WRA. Thank you for this work. And I first truly want to commend the CalISO staff team, especially Anya, you and Kevin and others with George who worked on this. One comment and one question. The one question is there any thought given to, sorry, the question, yeah. Is there any thought given to, and I shared this with Jeff last evening as well, is there any thought given to the possibility that you are if you move forward the resource-specific approach, and because of practicality or whatever the reasons be, after you get all the comments, is there going to be any thought given to exploring elements of the zonal that can be leveraged into the resource-specific? Because I think you talk about that in the proposal somewhere. So you may want to do a bit of a borrowing from the zonal approach, some elements. I'd like to know what you were thinking, if you have any more thoughts. And the second is, why would the point of regulation only be focused on air regulators? Because in some states where we do have carbon requirements or clean energy requirements, I think the utility regulators also have a role to play because they're reviewing some of the investment plans or after dispatch, whatever the costs are entailed by the utilities, and they come back part of their settlements or tariff agreements. So I'm just curious, is there any thought given to the need for coordination between the air and utility regulators on the elements of jurisdiction of compliance? Thank you.
All right, great. Thanks so much, Vijay. Maybe to your first point in terms of, I'm hearing that as a potential transition from resource specific to either zonal or aspects of the zonal approach. I think that's something that would need to be done with state air regulators in terms of if their programs and requirements move in that direction, how we best reflect kind of those state air regulator requirements. So I think that's kind of a partnership issue. And so to speak to which issues, I think it's going to be a function of state air regulators and the direction that they move. And to your second point on needing to know kind of the point of regulation, it does impact kind of who kind of obligations or settlement impacts go to. And it's a kind of the jurisdiction of state air regulators to develop that. I'm not sure if other panelists have other thoughts on either of those points.
This is Mark. I think your question goes to not just GHG rules, but also clean energy rules, which expand the regulator base. Who's regulating that beyond the air resources boards or equivalents? And we've kind of grappled with that, and in a way, the zonal kind of, I guess, acknowledges that because it says, okay, if you can carve out the ones that are contracted under clean energy requirements, that you carve them out from the GHG. I don't think there's one size fits all how to do GHG and then differentiate it from clean energy standards. And I've always viewed them as kind of separate regulations. There is interplay between them. And I guess your point, I think what you're saying is our view of the regulators and point of regulation need to be expanded beyond just our view of what GHG is. And that's your point.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. We do have a couple of questions queued up virtually. So let's go with Callie Wells. Morning, Callie.
Hi, good morning. This is Callie Wells with WPTF. I have actually two questions. The first one is back on slide 129. I'm getting some feedback on my end. Are you guys okay there?
Yes.
Okay. So on slide 129, you guys mentioned that.
It's a little hard to hear you, Callie. I'm not sure. Do you have a double device going?
Is it better?
Not really.
Okay, I'll send it through chat.
Okay, that'd be helpful. So while Callie's submitting the question through chat, the other person queued up, good old friend, Petter. Happy to hear from you.
Hey, Joanne, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I have a question for Mark and George about the zonal approach. Zonal approach will impose hurdle rate on non-emitting resources trying to sell into GHG zone, and non-emitting resources in GHG zone will not have a GHG adder. So that will make non-emitting resources outside of the GHG zone less competitive for delivery of load in GHG zone. And that problem is always there, no matter how low is that hurdle rate. if it is bigger than 0, you are discriminating against non-emitting resources for delivery in GHG zone. That's question number 1. Question number 2, again, depending on how you set that hurdle rate, emitting resources from non-GHG zone may be more competitive for delivery into GHG zone, because if hurdle rate is lower than adder of, let's say, gas unit in the GHG zone, there will be more competitive delivery there. This unequal treatment of equally situated resources is violating one of the core principles and fairness of sound market design. And I doubt that something like this can be ever passed at FERC. Now, the question number 3 is, I see this example, I believe is slide 134, with 2 adjacent zones. And if you can bring it up, it's a question for George, practically. Currently, based on software implementation, you cannot figure out what is going on which ETSR. So if you put 0 hurdle rate between those 2 adjacent GHG zones, it doesn't mean that power from non-GHG zone cannot go through zone B into zone A. And then if there is a different hurdle rate between zone A and zone B, you may be delivering to zone A with lower hurdle rate because you're going to zone B. And I really don't know how this can be solved, but this is a general question for both approaches, for resource-based and zonal-based approach. You didn't put enough examples how these 2 can be implemented when we have multiple GHG zone, adjacent and non-adjacent, with different adders and different way of calculating adders. Those are my 3 questions.
Okay, so I'll try to grab the questions out of there. I'll let George do the last part, but I think the first 2 parts were, I think the proponents of the zonal acknowledge that there is a risk that you don't want to get a clean resource in the non-GHG region disadvantaged relative, especially if it's contracted to the GH region. And I think that's why the approach has the path 1, path 2 kind of bypassing the hurdle. Is it perfect? It may not be perfect, but I think the idea is that if it's contracted and it's a clean resource or a lower emitting resource than the hurdle, it should be moved into the GHG region directly. So I think that partially addresses it, but I think your point is well taken in the sense that you're never going to have a perfect hurdle that represents all resources perfectly. There's going to be resources that are higher emitting and lower emitting. And the lower emitting are going to claim disadvantage. The higher emitting creates opportunity for additional leakage, in my mind. So it just raises the question, well, if you're still concerned about that, and if that is still a concern, then it kind of forces you back to, well, let's try to do something source specific. And then you have the issues with source specific. So I think I understand that. And I'm going to turn it over to George.
Mark, just follow up on that part 1, part 2. If you do that, those resources cannot compete anywhere else. So you are seriously limiting their possibility to sell to other non-GHG zones because they are declaring either as Slutotize or dynamic schedules. That's highly kind of limiting efficiency of the market in addition to this discrimination.
I don't think so. I think that if they bypass it, they can compete as if they're in the GHG zone.
But they have to stay as resource that is only competing in GHG zone. They cannot compete in overall Edam market because they declare themselves as today in bilateral market that they are selling based on contract to GHG zone.
Okay. So I think the claim that they're contracted gets them in the GHG zone. Once they're in the GHG zone, they can compete in the GHG zone or exporting out back to the non-GHG zone. So I don't think they're any different from any other resource in the GHG zone. So I'll stop there. And George, you can take this third topic.
Yes, this is George Angelidis. Hello. So, Peter, on the third topic, what happens when you have two greenhouse gas regulation zones and how the two models can solve this problem in the two cases of case A, the zones are linked, they have regulation programs that are linked, or case B, not linked. Let's take it by step here. So for the resource-specific attribution, there is no problem because that has great definition and it goes down to the resource level. So it gives you a lot of flexibility to model all different situations. So if the programs are linked, essentially you represent any export from one greenhouse gas regulation area as a potential attribution for import into the other greenhouse gas regulation area at a zero additional greenhouse gas cost. And the model can give you a solution where you have attributions between greenhouse gas regulation areas generically for all resources in a greenhouse gas regulation area that get a generic attribution for the other greenhouse gas regulation area, and then resource-specific attributions for external resources to a greenhouse gas regulation area. And if the programs are not linked, and there is a non-zero greenhouse gas additional cost for attribution from one greenhouse gas regulation area to another, then we can solve this problem by allowing resources within a greenhouse gas regulation area, as Anya showed in the slides, to have also a greenhouse gas bid adder for the other greenhouse gas regulation area that will capture this additional potential greenhouse gas regulation cost that the other greenhouse gas regulation area requires. And then the algorithm works the same with the resource-specific attribution. We'll get it every resource, including resources within the greenhouse gas regulation area. Now they have attributions for another greenhouse gas regulation area. So it's simply extension of the original problem. So the resource-specific approach is flexible enough to solve this problem. If we go to the zonal approach, obviously you don't have resource-specific attribution, so you aggregate everything. It's like the hurdle rate is an aggregate rate that actually incorporates some estimated secondary dispatch cost. And of course, it comes down to how you're going to estimate this, but we have already highlighted that there is quite a bit of work to be done to come up with a hurdle rate that captures that. But let's say we have a hurdle rate that has that. So you only have now two greenhouse gas regulation areas. If the programs are linked, obviously you cannot calculate with the zonal approach a specific attribution from one greenhouse gas regulation area to the other, because the only thing that you can calculate in a generic sense with the zonal approach is the net import into a greenhouse gas regulation area, and you don't know where it's coming from. So if the programs are linked, then you can treat both greenhouse gas regulation areas or all greenhouse gas regulation areas as one. And then you calculate a net import into that group, and then you have to allocate that to the greenhouse gas regulation areas with some methodology. Anya mentioned the load ratio. That's one approach. If the programs are not linked, obviously now they're different. They have different hurdle rates. So now you can set up the problem with a different hurdle rate from the non-greenhouse gas regulation area to each of the greenhouse gas regulation areas, but there is a limitation. You can calculate the transfer from the non-greenhouse gas regulation area to each greenhouse gas regulation areas, but obviously you cannot calculate any transfer among or between the greenhouse gas regulation areas, so we left that behind. This is something that the zonal approach cannot do. But you can handle multiple greenhouse gas regulation areas by having a transfer to each one of them, and then the zonal approach works exactly the same as if you have one greenhouse gas regulation area. You treat it one greenhouse gas regulation area at a time. So there are ways to calculate a solution. There are differences between the two approaches. The resource-specific approach is more precise. It can give you more flexibility. It can handle different modeling situations. The zonal approach is a little bit more restricted, but you can still get a solution.
George, I understand that. All I'm saying is that there is a lot of discussion about two options, and everybody is claiming that everything can be done, every proponent of option. And, you have to make some conclusions, and nobody wrote down how this is going to be implemented in dispatch to prove their point. And there are problems that if people sit down and write it down in a simple way, just subset like it was done for EIM, it will be obvious what can and what cannot be done. Maybe both approaches can be done. I doubt.
Yeah, as I described, Peter, they can be done, but there are caveats, and I think I tried to capture the caveats here. So within those caveats, the approaches can give you solutions. Now, they're different, so you get different solutions, and some of them. I mean, this is the whole purpose of the discussion here. Which approach is better? It's really you have pros and cons for each one, and laying them out for discussion, but. There are limitations on certain things that you can do, and I try to capture that in this discussion. Once we go through this process of evaluation and we narrow down on one approach, of course, we'll work all the technical details, and we'll publish that for everybody to see how it can be implemented.
Good, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Peter. All right, so Callie, I think Callie submitted her questions in chat. So Christina, do you want to read Callie's first question? Christina? Oh, did we lose Christina?
Nope, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead and read Callie's first question.
Yeah, so Callie is representing WPTF today. On slide 29, you mentioned that secondary dispatch can be reduced through more accurate baselines. We understand the proposal is to use the RSC optimization to set the baselines, but the RSC will not include internal transmission. It seems that by not reflecting transmission, the baseline schedules will be less accurate. Can you elaborate more on how the CAISO is viewing that trade-off between not reflecting internal transmission and using less accurate baselines and reflecting transmission to improve baseline accuracy and further reduce secondary dispatch?
George, you're going to take that one?
Yes, certainly. And it's true that, not enforcing transmission constraints in the resource efficiency evaluation gives you a solution at the BAA level that points out how the resources within that BAA will serve their load within that BAA, which we need as a reference for calculating greenhouse gas attributions, but that reference does not recognize the fact that there could be transmission constraint violations because we ignore them in the resource efficiency evaluation. And these are going to be, of course, enforced in the IFM, the next market that runs. But we need to be cognizant here that whatever we do, this reference, and I call it reference, not a base schedule because of all the confusion of what is a base schedule or not. So this reference is always going to be an estimate, all right, because whatever we do, we're solving the resource efficiency evaluation without external transfers. And we want to find a solution specifically for a reference. And then what will happen later on, it will just be completely different. The unit commitment could be different. Different resources will be running. So there's a level of abstraction and an estimation that we can never go around it. So we'll have to really weigh in here two opposing elements. The desire to have the resource efficiency evaluation streamlined enough so that we can produce an application for the participants, for the Edam entities to use it on demand. This was a very important request versus something that could potentially be viewed as more accurate, but it will hurt us in the sense that if we include transmission constraints, we're actually changing the nature of the problem, requires multiple iterations because now we have nonlinear constraints, which will seriously jeopardize the ability for us to make this application available on demand.
So we have to weigh these two. Obviously, in some situations, we can't have everything that we want, and we have to compromise. So the proposal here that we have in the straw proposal for Edam is to streamline the resource sufficiency evaluation, not to include transmission constraints, so that we can provide availability for an on-demand execution. We believe that this is more important from the stakeholder comments that we received than having some perceived increased accuracy in the reference. And as Anya showed in her slide, that reference is used to calculate a limit of how much greenhouse gas attribution the resource-specific approach will solve with. But that does not prevent having an attribution below that reference, depending on how high is the upper economic limit on the energy bid. So again, you have multiple moving parts. We're trying to have a reasonable enough reference to have a greenhouse gas attribution that we can say it reduces the cost of secondary dispatch, but you can never get an absolute perfect solution in this problem. So we have to compromise, and this is the compromise solution that we offer in the straw proposal.
Thanks, George. And then I think Callie has a second question. You want to read that one, Christina?
Sure. During the working groups, there was an acknowledgement that both options have pros and cons, and we need to weigh them against one another. It would be useful to have some analysis or studies done such that we can better understand the trade-offs between the two approaches before taking an option off the table. Does the CAISO plan to conduct case studies or modeling efforts of both so we better assess and weigh the options of the two approaches? Sorry, my doorbell's ringing.
We love that part of virtual meetings. We get to hear some pets.
Full participation.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I think one of the challenges there is having the full bid data in order to do some of that modeling. I don't know, George, if you want to weigh in on that. We've had some internal discussions about how best to reflect kind of comparing the approaches.
I don't want to commit to having elaborate studies of two approaches that we only have one of them implemented in the IM. We have developed something completely new for the zonal approach just for the purpose of performing tests and evaluation. I think I'm going to pass this to Mark to get some direction on this.
We'll do studies. No, I think we have to be practical. And if we can come up with a way to study it, and we certainly are open to it, and we can try to do some comparative analysis to illustrate the differences and the advantages in one versus the other. But if we do that, we also have to recognize that we want to incorporate some of the enhancements that we've also suggested in this resource specific that have not been implemented yet either in production. So I think to do a head-to-head comparison, we want to get it as representative of what we're proposing, or the two proposals, as we can. So I guess I'll just say that we will take it back and we will honestly assess what type of analysis can be done to uncover that in a time frame that helps the decision along.
Okay, thanks, Mark. So we have a couple of questions in the room. So I'm going to go to Mary first, and then I'll go to you, Jeff. So Mary, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Mary Winke with the Public Generating Pool. First, I just want to thank you guys for keeping both of these proposals in the straw proposal. I think that having them both in there at a minimum generates good dialogue on the pros and cons of various approaches. And I think we can all acknowledge, I completely agree with what Callie said. There's not a perfect solution here. So we really need to figure out sort of the least bad solution. I have a kind of a question and a comment. One of the real challenging aspects of this, which you've highlighted, is the interaction with state regulation and how state regulators are going to view this proposal and what rules they may need to develop or have the ability to develop sort of separate, in a separate process to this. And, you know, my view for a long time has been you can't develop the market design and the state regulation in isolation from each other. They really need to reflect each other, but each have limits. The market design has a lot of technical limits. State regulations also have limits in terms of the state policies that need to be upheld. So I'm curious your thoughts on kind of ongoing collaboration with state regulators who need to be involved in this process. And I know there's folks from CARB here today. I'm not going to put them on the spot to answer this question either, but I would just endorse some type of a collaborative process with CARB and the Department of Ecology in Washington to the extent possible to try to ensure that we're appropriately considering both the technical constraints and regulatory constraints at the same time.
Yeah, so we do have that collaboration in place. We obviously have a ongoing dialogue with CARB. We've reached out and developed a new dialogue with Department of Ecology, Washington Department of Ecology. Obviously, they are in the middle of their own development, getting things off the ground process, and we understand that's taking most of their attention. I agree with you. We need to do this in alignment with each other. We are looking forward to receiving comments back from both to inform kind of where we are in this. I don't know exactly what those will be at this point, but I'm looking forward to having those. And then from those, we can continue the dialogue and say, okay, is that position a current transit position, or is there a transitional way to get to another place? Over what time? How do we coordinate that? I think all those things can develop once we have the kind of the first intake of the perspectives about the two approaches.
Okay, thanks, Mary. Jeff, let's go to your question.
Hey, you feel free to say, why don't we take this offline? But it's sort of a, how do we comply with CARB type of question? So California sort of centric. So just right now, just assume that we've got let's just make something, a wind resource, and it's out of state, and we're going to import it. And we can tag it. We can say, hey, it's a wind resource. We can bring it in. It's a zero GHG resource. There's no GHG compliance. There's no compliance. If everything's the same except where we were bringing it in now, people join Edam and it's an ETSR, right? That the scheduling point ceases to exist. How do we still, quote unquote, bring that power in and not get any GHG obligation under, say, the source specific model?
Yes, so Jeff, the resource-specific attribution will produce as output of the IFM solution a greenhouse gas attribution for that specific wind resource. If it has a bid at zero, a bid adder at zero, presumably it will get first allocation of the, let's say, import transfer to the California greenhouse gas regulation zone. So it will get an attribution for an amount of its schedule, of its IFM schedule, based on how much was the greenhouse gas bid, how much was the resource efficiency evaluation reference for it, et cetera, et cetera. But you have an attribution, and that attribution now becomes the reportable quantity to CARB, right? And because it has zero emissions, they are not burdened with a cost. But however, the resource-specific attribution approach realizes a benefit for that resource, something that you don't see in the zonal approach, for example, that they make it a revenue stream, what we call the greenhouse gas marginal cost payments, that every resource that receives a greenhouse gas attribution receives. And this is a revenue that basically indicates that this, by selecting this resource to provide energy to serve California, we have an overall benefit because that resource is used instead of another resource that could have emissions. And because we're using marginal cost pricing for this situation, Obviously, the resource that have lower emissions gets a benefit because the marginal price is set by another resource, possibly an emitting resource, and therefore that price differential is a pure benefit and an incentive for low-emitting or zero-emitting resources to participate in the greenhouse gas regulation program of California through the methodology of the resource-specific attribution.
Okay, so I'll just do one more, and again, we move on up. Let's just assume there was a 100 megawatt resource, and the total transfer from that balancing authority was 100 megawatts.
Okay.
And let's just say that I showed that as part of my RSE. Would you attribute? Would that just look like today that there's no GHG compliance requirement, or would that create a secondary dispatch? Or
so, assuming that the entire 100 megawatt of schedule could get a greenhouse gas attribution, let's say the resource efficiency evaluation references 0 megawatts for this resource,
or 100 megawatts, so zero GHG.
And it was bidding a greenhouse gas adder of 100 megawatts and got the entire attribution of the actual transfer into California, which was 100 megawatts. Essentially, you have a zero marginal price for the greenhouse gas because that resource is the only resource you took. So in this case, there's no additional revenue that they can make, but they also don't have any cost in terms of greenhouse gas regulation costs because it's non-emitting. But they have to report based on their or the greenhouse gas attribution. Every resource has to report on that. But
so I think Jeff's point is that it's a contracted resource. He has rights to that. It's his RSE, or I guess California RSE. And so it wouldn't be in someone else's resource efficiency. So it wouldn't be in someone else's base. It would be in, I guess, California base. And therefore it wouldn't, in my mind, it wouldn't create any secondary dispatch because it's already in the base of California.
Oh, okay.
That's exactly right.
I didn't link those two because you need additional elements for that to happen.
Yeah, okay. I had a long-term contract with them.
That's
So for that to happen, you also need to have a bucket one transfer that comes from the BAA where this resource is to the BAA in California where you have this contract, let's say California ISO, so that then you can take this into consideration, the resource efficiency evaluation of that BAA in California.
Okay.
That element is additional. I didn't link those two.
Yeah, but in today's world, I'd have to buy transmission to get it to the border to import it. So it's kind of the same. Okay, great. That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks. I didn't realize I had two Jeffs queued up, so sorry about that. Let's go to the other Jeff. Jeff number 2.
Good morning. Jeff Spires from PowerX. I just wanted to go back to the conversation between Mark and Petter and make a comment about that. Mark, I appreciated your response to Petter and some of the assertions he made about the zonal approach. I don't agree with Petter's perspective, and I think the points you were raising about the ability for clean resources to be able to compete and access the zone is really critical. One of the key elements of the zonal approach is that clean resources that are outside of the zone have an opportunity to get the benefit of their clean attributes when they're importing their supply into a GHG area. And that's one of the key elements of that design. And we've talked about the two pathways, but fundamentally what those are avenues for those entities to communicate in advance of the market with the appropriate verification criteria that those resources are being imported into a jurisdiction that has GHG pricing applied. Once that occurs, those resources are treated as resource specific from a dispatch point of view, and they get the benefit of their clean attributes by receiving the higher price in the GHG zone that reflects GHG pricing. And so the hurdle rate only is applicable to the transfers that occur when entities don't take the steps to import their supply into another area. And so what you're left with are generic market transfers where you have a collection of resources outside of the zone, increasing their production. You don't have a mechanism to accurately identify which resources are the ones that are coming into California or into Washington. And so what is a reasonable assumption to make about a GHG emissions rate to ensure that you don't have some of the challenges with leakage and the other issues we've talked about at length? So I just want to be really clear. As a clean supplier ourselves that are likely to be outside of a GHG zone, we would not support a framework or endorse an approach that doesn't ensure that those entities have an avenue to compete. And so I think that's critical to make sure it's clear that that is absolutely what the zonal approach is seeking to achieve.
I'd like to comment on that, Jeff, and I think Petra's comments were actually going in the direction of what if you don't have the path 1 and path 2 mechanisms for the GHG pseudo-type, which of course we realize this is an important topic that brings the zonal approach together. And as you mentioned, those paths provide the opportunity for every resource that is low emitting or no emitting to get the advantage that it deserves. But the question is, what if they don't exercise that opportunity? Why should they be forced to follow that path 1, path 2, very specific procedures? The resource-specific approach does it for them automatically, every hour, every day. There is nothing that forces them to do something to gain that advantage. I think this is what Petra was actually trying to characterize.
Thanks, George. I think there's multiple reasons for that to be a challenge. One is, and we've talked about this in the past, that entities need to have the ability to determine how the environmental attributes of their resources are being used, because they're not necessarily only focused on delivering to one GHG jurisdiction. They also have other objectives, whether it's their own environmental objectives, clean energy standards, et cetera. They have to have the ability to choose and decide how do they use their resources. But also from another issue with that is, if an entity doesn't take, or if we take a step back, the whole intent of the GHG pricing program is to apply the regulation to imports. If an entity just is bidding into the market, has not taken any steps to import their energy into another location, they're just selling their supply at their bus bar like they normally would, we don't see that as being a credible basis to claim that they're the resource that got imported into another jurisdiction. So this framework allows for entities to be in control of their own destiny, as well as provide an avenue that's similar to today, where if an entity wants to credibly be treated as a resource-specific import into another jurisdiction, they have to take the steps to actually import into that region. And if they don't do that, then identifying them as being the source of the import has significant challenges.
But then wouldn't you agree, Jeff, that these resources that they will follow path 1 and path 2 have to become actual pseudo-ties? The way we describe it in the straw proposal is the way we understood it, that this is an accounting mechanism that we consider these resources under path 1 or path 2 being part of a greenhouse gas regulation area, but from a market solution perspective, they are not, unless they're real pseudo-ties. So I think you're making an argument that says, if you want to follow path 1 and path 2, don't stop at the accounting process, actually bring the resource in, do an actual pseudo-tie. Then I would agree with you, because that will actually put all the requirements for transmission to go along with it and anything that everybody understands that is a responsibility of having a real pseudo-tie resource.
Yeah, I never said that, and I don't think anyone said that in all of the discussions we've had. I think what we're saying is you need to have a credible mechanism for an entity that's importing their energy to make that claim, and that exists today, and it doesn't require pseudo-ties. Entities in today's world, including PowerX and others, can schedule their supply to California and get the benefit of that. What we're saying is that there needs to be a comparable mechanism here to allow those entities to continue to do that and get the benefit of that supply. It doesn't require pseudo-tying literally into another resource or into another balancing authority area. But we do think it requires certain steps to be able to say, I'm taking my supply if it's in BC and I'm delivering it to California. And that's what we've talked about in terms of having the ability to advance communicate that. And we have to have further discussion about what are the other criteria to validate that, whether it's having transmission or e-tags or whatever it is. But fundamentally, the point is, just like today, we need to enable those external resources to be able to get the benefit of their clean attributes and do that in a way that we're comfortable with.
Okay, so I do have Petter responding. So Petter, do you want to respond?
Can you hear me? Joanne?
Yes.
Okay, I rarely, if ever, disagree with Jeff Spires in the past, but I have to today. So George is absolutely right. I was not talking about Part 1 and Part 2, but we are talking about very large footprint with a spot market where resources are bidding into a bus. If I have a low emitting or no emitting resource outside the GHG zone, I don't know where that resource at any hour of the day ahead will be competitive. It is overall restrictive for me to be, deciding I want to bid into GHG zone. I understand Part 1 and Part 2, but if I have to elect for GHG zone and I may not be competitive because that GHG zone may have surplus of non-emitting resources, I'm not going to sell there. So market design has to enable that opportunity for resource bidding into a bus to be competitive in the overall footprint in GHG zone and outside GHG zone. That was my point, and that's the kind of reducing that opportunity is discrimination against those non-emitting resources that are forced to elect Part 1 and Part 2. And then about the point of pseudo-tie or dynamic schedule, that's another point that if George spends one day and writes both mathematical models, it will be clear why this has to be pseudo-tie or dynamic schedule. Thank you.
So we are going to have a stakeholder panel that's going to be discussing this in a little bit more detail as well. So I'll take Claire, and then we'll try to get to a break here in a couple minutes.
Thanks, Joanne. And I'll be brief because I think we will go into some of these questions on the panel. I actually wanted to just chime in on this question of whether the zonal approach is more discriminatory to clean resources than the resource-specific approach. And under the resource-specific approach, a key element of the enhancements that you've proposed have the effect of trying to limit the deeming of those resources to the greenhouse gas area. We might disagree on what the conditions would be, but both the resource-specific approach and the zonal approach anticipates that there are some conditions under which a clean resource would be considered to serve load in the greenhouse gas zone within the RSC for the resource-specific. Some other conditions, and again, I wouldn't necessarily agree with Jeff's conditions, but I would see some conditions. So both envision conditionality for when clean resources come in, and both envision when those resources are, envision restricting the assignment of those resources to load areas when those conditions aren't met. So I do not see that they differ in terms of whether one is more discriminatory to clean resources than another. The pseudo-tie issue is way above my pay grade, so I'll defer to people who know the mechanics of the model on that. Thanks.
Thanks, Claire. Any comments from the group? Thanks for those comments, Claire. One last question. Kathleen has submitted a question in chat. So Christina, do you want to read that?
Sure. Actually, hold on a second. Let me get to it. She asked it earlier. By the way, Kathleen Colbert, she's representing Vista Corp. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Can you clarify the criteria for GHG pseudo-tie resources and how flexible are you thinking that designation would be, i.e. monthly, daily, or specific hours within the day ahead, etc.?
Okay. So again, this is my understanding of the path 1 and path 2 approaches, and the path 1 has a more long-term element, whereas the path 2 has a short-term element. So they both try to provide a flexibility in how a resource external to a greenhouse gas regulation area can be considered being part of the greenhouse gas regulation area for greenhouse accounting purposes. Again, as Jeff mentioned, there are some additional stipulations there for having the ability or the transmission necessary to transmit the energy to the target regulation area. But that's my understanding of it. Now, of course, when we're talking about this, we have some system limitations that they don't allow us to actually have a portion of the resource follow this approach. It has to be the entire resource, so you won't have the ability to say part of my resource is pseudo tied for greenhouse gas accounting purposes to this greenhouse gas regulation area, part of it to another greenhouse gas regulation, and part of it stays at the BAA. There has to be a decision for the entire resource to go somewhere with this approach. That's my understanding. But path 1 and path 2 give you some flexibility in terms of the timing of this condition that applies, that transfers essentially the resource for accounting purposes into a greenhouse gas regulation area.
Yeah, and I think the granularities we've talked about are, path 1, long-term commitments, that might be a master file flag, path 2, kind of bidding in cyber.
All right, thanks for that question, Kathleen. So we're going to go ahead and take a break. So thanks, George and Anya, for a great discussion on GHG accounting. We're going to continue that discussion with our final panel after the break. Let's come back at 10:40 for our final stakeholder panel. Thank you.
sorry to interrupt. The in-room audio is currently muted. Can somebody check the boardroom computer?
And leads WPTF's advocacy on carbon and clean energy legislation and regulation in Oregon and Washington. I can't think of a better suited person to lead this discussion. Claire?
And good morning, everybody. I hope we can keep your attention for a little bit longer. Judging from the last discussion and presentation, I'm hoping this will be a topic of general interest to a lot of folks. I want to introduce our panel quickly before we get into discussion. First, you may have noticed that we've had a substitution. Bobby Olson from SRP is substituting for Ali from Arizona Public Service. Bobby Olson is SRP's Director of Corporate Planning, Environmental Services, and Innovation. In this role, he's responsible for resource planning, public stakeholder processes, environmental policy and compliance, as well as SRP's R&D efforts. Next to Bobby, we have Josh Walter. Josh manages Seattle City Light's Regional Affairs and Energy Markets Group, as well as City Light's Wholesale Contracts Group. Josh leads and advocates on regional and national policy issues affecting City Light, one of the Northwest's largest municipally owned utilities. Next to Josh, we have Ian White. Ian White manages West Region Wholesale Regulatory and Market Shares for Shell Energy, which is Shell USA's marketing and trading affiliate. He supports the trade desks in addition to Shell's renewable and energy solutions teams focused on developing grid-scale projects. And lastly, we have Anu Sani. Anu Sani has been with LADWP for almost 17 years, with half of it in the wholesale marketing side, where in this role, he has had experience with CEC and carbon compliance reporting, resource portfolio management, and is now leading the Forward Marketing Group. So thank you for the panelists to joining me, and we'll get started. So what I wanted to kick it off with today is kind of do a round robin on our panelists' perspective on the two greenhouse gas design options that were presented in the straw proposal. And the question I've asked all of them to think about and speak on are what are your key interests and concerns with respect to greenhouse gas accounting, price formation, and cost allocation under the Edam. And so I'm going to invite Bob to kick off the conversation.
All right. Thank you, Claire. And, you know, when it comes to SRP, when we start to think about greenhouse gas, in Arizona, we do not have a greenhouse gas or carbon policy in place. In general, when we've looked at Edam, we've been strongly supportive of the principle that allows for kind of policy independence by state, by region, by utility, and really believe that to the extent that we can do market design that kind of accommodates that, it's really kind of in the best interest. And you see that playing out when it comes to resource efficiency and some of the challenges and frictions that you see with resource adequacy. Greenhouse gas is effectively in the same boat. SRP, we have our own greenhouse gas objectives. They're different than many other utilities, and it's something that we work closely with our customers to bring in. And so when we look at what it means with respect to greenhouse gas accounting and which kind of path process approach that works here, there's a few things that we start to get concerned about, really kind of with both approaches. I mean, I think the last discussion really helped to highlight that neither approach is perfect. They each have issues, and we know that there's going to be challenges in whichever path it moves forward. But we are sitting, SRP is in Phoenix, and so we're in Arizona. And when you think about Arizona, we're in a region that's probably not going to have a greenhouse gas policy, at least for a substantial period of time. And we sit adjacent to California. And as we saw in the early 2000s with gas buildup, we're in a similar situation where we see resources getting built in Arizona that are greenhouse gas, low greenhouse gas emitters, no greenhouse gas emitters. And so we start to look at kind of the implications and benefits of kind of a zonal approach. That's the way that things have worked in the past in terms of how we worked prior to EIM. When we look at how greenhouse gas, attribution, carbon, there were a lot of similar benefits to how we participated in MRTU. When it comes to our interest and focus on it, we really want to kind of maintain kind of that policy independence that allows us to kind of choose a path forward. Right now, we believe that Zonal provides a better approach for that. Our biggest concern with respect to kind of the resource-specific and deeming process is we do account for our carbon contributions. We work with third-party entities to kind of independently audit that. And our allocation processes are different. And we want to make sure that how we work through this, we're really hyper-focused about having 2 or 3 versions of the truth and what that ultimately means, because we work really closely with our customers, residential, commercial, large industrial, to help them achieve their carbon objectives. And what we're hyper concerned about is having these kind of 2 or 3 versions of the truth as that works forward. From a price formation, cost allocation, again, when we talk about policy independence, we're hopeful and expect that as entities or regions establish greenhouse gas policies, we're supportive of that, but we also want to make sure that those policies largely don't have leakage back to those non-carbon, non-greenhouse gas regions. When we talk about leakage, we often talk about leakage of secondary dispatch and what that means for coming into that region. We're really focused about making sure that the policy implications don't bleed out to us as well. Whether that's a reliability issue or whether that's even with the current process that really takes the compliance obligation with CARB and puts that on SRP as generating resource with our generating resources in the Southwest. So while we get financial settlements, we still have the obligation to go away, acquire and settle out the CARB credits. And when you look kind of moving forward and what that means, we see compliance risk associated with being able to acquire those long-term and settle them, especially as you start to see reductions in credits moving forward, and continued dependence on resources, carbon-based resources outside of the California area. I think that's what I want to contribute now.
Terrific, thank you, that was quite interesting. Let's just move down, Josh.
Sure, thanks, Claire. So first of all, Seattle City Light as a municipal utility, we have multiple levels of multiple levels of expectations associated with carbon and carbon policies. We have customer expectations, we have our city policy and city expectations, and we also have our state policy objectives and regulatory compliance expectations. So with that all being said, we do have a strong idea of successful implementation of a program that helps actually achieve reduction in greenhouse gas, right? So that laying the foundation for our decision-making and the way that we are viewing GHG and markets, is founded on that kind of 3-tiered approach. And then on top of that, we also believe that in the creation of an efficient market, we want to look for the highest levels of efficiency as possible. In doing so, I think that brings in the idea of linkage and linkage of the California Cap and Trade Program and Washington State's new Climate Commitment Act. So the idea that we can, through market design, help promote the need for linkage, I think is an important aspect to the work that we're doing here today in communicating our preferences in market design. So with that all in mind, I think that the zonal approach may serve as a more important, I don't want to necessarily call it a forcing mechanism, but help in achieving linkage between the two programs through the work that we're doing here. And in the earlier conversation, it's great to hear that these the communication and the coordination between CARB, between ecology, and between CAISO is happening I would certainly continue to encourage that they are happening early and often, right? The idea that we can get to linkage sooner may ultimately help us in the long run for not having to continue to work in maybe two different market regimes if it's found that a resource specific approach is a bridge until we get to linkage. So I certainly think that is a possibility if the mechanisms and the mechanics behind the zonal approach can't be implemented as efficiently as possible without linkage. The resource specific could be again that bridge, but I do think that zonal is a more ideal outcome in the operation of the market and the market design. So yeah, we are leaning towards and advocating for the zonal approach at this point, and continue to look forward to communications, conversations, the technical workshops, really continuing to dive into what this will ultimately look like for the states as well as for the market participants.
Thank you, Josh. Ian?
Yeah, thank you. So we're in a little bit of a different boat with respect to kind of the traditional utility space. Shell Energy has units across the West in GHG regions and in non-GHG regions. We also serve our customers in GHG regions and outside of GHG regions. So really, we're committed to an approach in the short term and in ultimately the long term, which is equitable and does not inappropriately shift costs where possible to non-GHG zones. And I think it is important just to remember that, as I think it's been stated before, there really is no silver bullet here. It is kind of choosing the least bad or the best fits, least regrets approach, short of a market-wide price on carbon or federal carbon price. So we kind of inherit the bag we get. I think our key interest here, again, aside from an equitable approach, is to incorporate GHG compliance costs transparently into the market and pricing models. We think that helps send appropriate long-term price signals in a transparent manner. Also to reflect our carbon reduction goals that the customers we serve have in GHG regions and non-GHG regions. And Shell's, big Shell's, larger carbon reduction and net zero strategy. I think we ultimately kind of where we've landed on this is we're open to the resource specific approach, but we see some issues with it as currently contemplated. As Carrie Bentley stated yesterday, to me, I think that it's not yet clear to me that the resource sufficiency evaluation is the best base case or starting point for determining what resource commitment is going to look like in the day ahead. We're also a little concerned about potential some of the approach to deeming and whether or not that is appropriate as currently contemplated. So like I said, we're open to a resource specific approach, but right now we're definitely leaning towards the zonal model, just because it seems a little more clear to us and kind of lays out the costs and benefits in a little bit better, best fit, least regrets approach at the moment. So that's kind of where we are, but I'm happy to be here and thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Before we turn to Anu, I also want to tee up the second question because in speaking with him, I thought he could segue into the second question in his introduction. And my second question for the panelists is thinking about this issue of secondary dispatch or emission leakage. I think that's fundamentally why we're here and why we've kind of struggled with EIM and now we're struggling with Edam in terms of how we both help support the integrity of the cap and trade program in California and in Washington and try not to see emission leakage, though I'm quite interested in this idea of price leakage, which I think you've implied. So what I wanted to also tee up to both Anu and then we'll go to the other panelists for question 2 is in thinking about the two approaches, do you think one or the other of them does a better job in mitigating that emissions leakage or secondary dispatch? And if so, why? And if they're not perfect yet, what sort of modifications or things are you thinking about that would be necessary to better solve that problem? So Anu, to you.
Thank you. I'd like to start out by saying that there are elements of both the approaches that we definitely liked, and we appreciate the amount of effort that's gone behind by the folks who actually put that together. We also appreciate what Kaiso has been talking about in terms of the enhancements for reflecting the GHG zone in terms of the state boundary and the GHG pseudo tie. That's really something that's going to ease up the model to help with the ultimate goal of reducing the carbon footprint throughout the zone. I'd also like to say that just additionally, LADWP is subject to cap and trade, obviously, but we've also, have some of the best and most aggressive goals in terms of going green and also GHG free. We have the LA100 effort that we're taking to eliminate carbon by 2045, and I see this opportunity to come together, and I'll leverage what Mary said before. This is a great opportunity for all of us to come together and actually put something together that's going to help us in the future years to come. I recognize there are issues with both the approaches as well. Specifically, I'd also like to leverage what Peter had commented in regards to the hurdle rate itself. I think there were some comments made, not in regards to GHG, but there's other working group sessions that anytime that you introduce a hurdle rate into the optimization, the result is most likely going to be suboptimal. And we see that with not just one GHG zone, but in the future, if you've got more GHG zones, the result is going to be much more suboptimal as we go through it. And yes, I'm talking in regards to beyond the path 1 and path 2 commitments that you already have. So we recognize that there's no perfect solution given the different approaches in the state and what regulatory agencies may come up in the future with. And we respect that, but what we're looking for at this point is incremental improvements to the existing resource-specific approach. In fact, what we're thinking is with the existing resource-specific approach, if we can make a few more enhancements in terms of the optimization itself, and what I'll introduce as a response to the second question, what we're thinking is in line with the zonal approach, if we can get rid of deeming and do it in a manner that would also help eliminate secondary dispatch and emissions leakage as well. And so what we've been thinking at LA is proposing a load-based accounting process for inputs, untagged and unspecified inputs from the market. This is not an approach that only one of the participants or just one market operator has to put together. Every one of us together with collaboration with the regulatory agencies, CARB, and any future boards that are going to be involved with this have to sort of come to the table and agree on how we're going to start looking at the bids that need to be entered. Because with a load-based accounting process, the non-GHG resource generators will not have an incentive to have an accurate bid that gets into the optimization, into their plan. So we're looking at some sort of a mechanism where the market operator actually inputs a GHG bid adder or resource-specific bid adder based on the emission factor of that particular resource, and there's a flag that the entity bidding into the market gets to choose whether or not they want to participate and get dispatched to a GHG zone. That'll be one of the issues that will have to be tackled. In terms of load-based accounting, we're looking at, so the question now comes, how do you get rid of emissions leakage in secondary dispatch, right? So what we're looking at, and I probably should give a little bit of background of how things work right now. Right now, the first jurisdictional deliverers, so I think Bobby mentioned, their generators have to, they're obligated to, in terms of reporting needs, to comply with CARB and file reports to CARB. What we're suggesting is instead of them doing that, it's load-based accounting. So the load wherein that energy went and sank into, they take on that obligation, and the likes of SRP and APS don't have to report to CARB anymore. Now, it's not as simple. We'll have to figure out the details of how we can get that accomplished, but that's the basic fundamental of what we're talking about here. With that, what happens is, if you were to look at the, in terms of reporting itself, if you were to look at the weighted average of the emission factor of the units that were on at a certain time period, could be annual, could be monthly, hopefully daily, hourly. If that gets used towards the compliance reporting requirements to CARB, what we're talking about is we're capturing the system-wide weighted average. So any emissions leakage or any secondary dispatch gets captured in that reporting requirement as well. Further, we'll have to look into the details of what would need to change in this approach. What would have to change is a CARB reporting requirement. Right now, CARB requires the FJDs, the first jurisdictional deliverers, to report on part of the imports that they bring into the market. That will change. What will have to be reported on loads base would be the EIM imports or the Edam imports that they bring in. And then what the market operator would have to assist with in that regard, and that reporting obligation, would be the emission factor, the weighted emission factor system-wide, so we're not leaving any secondary dispatch or emission leakage on the table. I know there's a lot there, so hopefully that makes sense, and I'll pass it to you guys.
Thanks, Anu. I'm going to open it up and invite both reactions to what you've suggested, as well as other thoughts about the emission leakage from other panelists in a sec. But I have two clarifying questions for you. So when you say load-based, is your vision that there would be, so right now the zonal approach, as I understand it, as these two paths, pass one and pass two, which would be resource specific and effectively FJD, but any transfers that occur behind this hurdle or toll would not be resource specific. Would you see that there are any transfers that are resource specific and attributed to the importer, or would it all be on the utilities as the purchasing entity? And then the other question I had is, I'm not sure I followed how, if greenhouse gas costs of resources external to the carbon areas, how that gets treated in dispatch.
So I'll try and remember the first question. So the answer is no, I don't see any of that energy being left over to be captured by the FJD. All the unspecified inputs will be captured as a reporting requirement by the load. The second question, I think what you're referring to, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is how the bid adders are going to work and how the revenue is going to be collected. Is that what you're trying to get to?
Yeah, and also whether the market operator is considering those costs in dispatching the system in any way.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so just to clarify, the bid adder is going to be a resource specific bid adder. So as an example, if SRP has two resources, sorry, I'm picking on SRP, but any non-GHG zone generator has two resources, right? One is a renewable resource, which has an emission factor of 0, but has an energy cost. That bid will be only the energy bid component that they will submit. On top of that, if they have a resource that has an emission based on that emission factor, times the CCA, in this case, California allowance price, that's how you would calculate the GHG bid adder that goes on top of the energy price and gets added on. I believe that's how it works right now. Now, the difference in the load-based accounting is that revenue will not be collected and shipped to SRP to go and pass it on to CARB. Now, what will happen is that revenue can either be kept aside by CAISO and shipped to CARB, because eventually it is a GHG cost that needs to be captured and relayed to the right destination, which is CARB in this case. Or that could be shipped to the load, wherein when they do the final reporting workflows, they capture that, and then once they have the final report done, they have the obligation, they ship that to CARB.
Thanks for the clarification. So I'll open it for panelists. If you want to respond or ask questions of Anu, but I would also like your feedback and your thoughts on whether the two proposals in the straw proposal, whether you think one or the other does a better job of addressing emissions leakage and secondary dispatch. Josh, did you want to go next?
Yep, maybe specific to the secondary dispatch issue, right? Right, at least in theory, as the proposal is written today, is that the zonal approach ultimately eliminates secondary dispatch, right? That idea that there's no backfill, and that that it essentially eliminates that whole construct, right? So the principle or the methodology of the zonal approach just flat out doesn't create the need for secondary dispatch. I fully appreciate the idea and the thoughts and conversations in the earlier panel that it can be that the resource specific approach can be enhanced to limit secondary dispatch, but under the idea of working towards market efficiency and optimal dispatch, I think that the underlying idea of eliminating secondary dispatch seems quite appealing.
I think I tend to agree. I think that the zonal approach does a better job of trying to address leakage and secondary dispatch. I don't want to be ignorant of the concept that I do think the proposals underneath kind of the resource specific, utilizing some of the base scheduling quote unquote elements to kind of help to try and eliminate or get to it. I think it's a market improvement from today to try and reflect that. And I think having a day ahead RSC helps to establish that. I don't think it's perfect, but I do think it's a necessary step that if that path were to proceed, we'd have to see that as a very minimum. But it still has other issues. I do think the zonal does a better job of kind of isolating and keeping it kind of where it needs to be. So really you're just looking at energy that transfers in kind of at an aggregated rate. It gets out of the entire issue of that secondary dispatch leakage issue. Now, I know I mentioned leakage and I mentioned more about like policy compliance leakage, not necessarily pricing leakage. And really it's aligned with, I think, Anu's comment on really kind of that shift of load having more of the obligation, or even by the region having the regional operator have some obligations for kind of helping to settle. I think that helps to inform kind of pricing decisions and discussions so you can get out of allocation of cost issues. And really, from our perspective, when you start looking at talking about policy independence and having a program that obligates kind of compliance for those that sit outside for participation, when we look at our participation prior to EIM, we could make very discretionary decisions about whether or not we wanted to take on compliance risk in the CARB allocation process. So we could make those cognizant, informed decisions about whether or not we want to make those transactions themselves and understand that compliance risk. In an EIM construct, that whole ability to kind of control your own destiny and manage your compliance risk, it largely kind of goes away. It's been substantially harder to attempt to do that. And when we talk to our board and others, that's really where we get concerned about is what is that long-term risk? How's the strategy of managing it? When we look at Edam, we think it has the potential to kind of exponentially expand that in terms of compliance risk. And so kind of we start looking at what's the appropriate way to help managing it. And I think recognizing that that's a monumental shift for CARB to shift more towards load responsibility as opposed to that first generator responsibility. But those are some of the things that we look at in terms of leakage, really kind of concerned about what that means, because that's leakage kind of going back in the other direction regarding who bears that burden. And the compliance component comes back to like, when do you actually settle and have the opportunity to settle and kind of manage that compliance risk? It's months, days, weeks, months after the actual benefit of load service for maintenance and reliability and keeping the lights on actually occurs. And so you have kind of this big disconnect, and you've got reputational risk and other things like that. So not necessarily the traditional market look, but those are some of the other aspects and overlays that we get with greenhouse gas and leakage secondary dispatch issues.
I'm going to pass on this one.
Okay, so I'm going to shift. Actually, I do actually want to delve a little bit into the issue of price formation and a comparison of the two approaches in the straw proposal as well. I don't know, you may have some perspectives and from your own perspective of how you guys are thinking about price formation. And the question I have is, under whichever approach you favor, and you feel free to compare to other ones, how do you see the greenhouse gas component of how that approach deals with crass component affecting LMPs both within the greenhouse gas regulatory areas and outside? Specifically, do you think one or the other will lead to more appropriate greenhouse gas price differential in terms of the LMPs that load faces in California, Washington versus outside? And I'm going to pick on you, Ian, since you passed on the last question.
Sounds good. Thank you. From our perspective, LMPs, and when I say LMPs, specifically what I'm referring to is the GHG segment of the LMP. LMPs inside a GHG region need to, or in any region, really need to reflect a carbon component to serve this load. Whether the load is being served from an Edam transfer or a dispatch of an emitting resource local to that GHG region. I think intuitively you would expect to see, all things equal, the GHG adder in a GHG zone to be higher than in an outside region, all things equal. And I think that fundamentally, that reflects and contributes to the policy priorities of those states that have those carbon pricing paradigms. I think that with respect to any zonal approach, when we contemplate a hurdle, getting the hurdle right is very important, but it's also pretty difficult. If the hurdle rate is too low, that creates issues, and if it's too high, it increased costs without any requisite carbon reduction. So I think going back to an earlier part of the previous panel talked about sort of a dynamic hurdle rate based upon the marginal emitting unit in that region, and I think that makes a lot of sense to me, basing it upon sort of that marginal unit in that region. Now, I would expect to see prices, LMPs, in a non-GHG region to have a greenhouse gas component, thus increasing prices, all things equal. In the case where units emitting resources inside of a GHG zone, so Washington or California, were dispatched to, say, serve load in Idaho. That, I think, intuitively makes sense to me. And again, you would probably want that price to reflect that marginally dispatched unit. I think, and also under the hurdle rate, kind of the way I've thought about it is the maximum differential for that GHG component of the LMP would basically be that, would be the hurdle rate. And so that would be the maximum spread between those two regions, again, based upon that marginal megawatt.
Sorry. So Ian, I tend to agree with respect to the concepts of like well, I'll step back for SRP, when we focus on kind of pricing principles, our philosophy has really been focused on the concept that pricing at any given moment in time within a nodal construct should really be focused on not just energy, but the attributes that the market and associated policies need. And so you really start looking at kind of what are some of the ancillary components that get priced into that. If you're in a greenhouse gas policy component, if that's the key and fundamental policy driver within that region, then I do think greenhouse gas carbon adders should be factored into LMPs. I think that provides appropriate incentive, but I do recognize that there's a risk of maybe overinflating costs. I completely understand and wouldn't want that to somehow burden load, like in our prior discussion, that would kind of making sure that load isn't overly burdened with that, but that the incentives through LMP recognition is in place to kind of help ensure and incent kind of that low carbon, no carbon kind of build out. I do take a little bit of exception though with respect to having carbon adders in the non-greenhouse gas zone. Because if I go back to at least SRP's pricing principles, that wouldn't necessarily be a policy that's in there that has been deemed as kind of valued by the region or by the market. And so having that be factor into the pricing for LMPs outside of that greenhouse gas region, I think I have a little bit of heartburn over from a concept there. I do recognize that means that there may be some price taker or other type of scenarios that allows for kind of a no carbon resource in a greenhouse gas zone to be exported to the non-greenhouse gas area. But I mean, it may be in the short supply, but I actually like the concept of having kind of a quasi pseudo tied resource where if SCE, I'll pick on Jeff Nelson, if he's got a contract with a solar resource in Arizona and he's got 100% output, you know, I have no qualms with him having the ability to kind of pseudo tie in that, treating that, and vice versa too. I mean, I think that it can cut both ways, but I don't think that those unique aspects really inform pricing design from an LMP policy on either side of that. If there's a policy region, that pricing can and should influence LMPs, but if it's outside of that policy shouldn't have an influence on that LMP region. So.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd expect the LMP to increase the GHG zone, and ideally I would like to see no impact on the non-GHG zone. And I think the resource-specific approach does that. The resource-specific approach with the load-based accounting that I alluded to before, that does that. I agree with Ian. I have my concerns, and I'll have to think a little bit more about this on a day when it's not right after the networking event. But there are concerns, and I don't think it's possible to calculate a hurdle rate that accounts for the constantly changing market conditions all the time. That hurdle rate, what it ends to be, could end up with a distorted market when it comes to pricing. As I said, I'll have to think a little bit more about it, but I do have concerns about when it comes to the zonal approach and the LMPs in the non-GHG resource area.
Thanks for that. So again, turning back to something that came up on the last panel, we had a bit of discussion about the criteria or the conditions under which both clean resources as well as potentially fossil resources are attributed, and I'm trying to avoid the word deeming, but attributed to load within a greenhouse gas area under both the resource specific approach as well as the zonal approach. I would postulate that both assume that there will be conditions. I was wondering, open question to all of you, whether you have views on what those conditions should be. Josh, how about I call on you?
Can you repeat the first part of that, the setup for the question? Sorry.
No, I can't. No, I think we are assuming that either approach would have some conditions under which resources outside of a greenhouse gas area are effectively treated as being eligible to serve load in that greenhouse gas area. So for instance, on the resource specific approach, if they are committed in some way, that those resources would not be subject to effectively the deeming limitation of the CAISO that CAISO has proposed. And similarly, under the zonal approach, there's this idea of the path 1 and path 2 commitments. And, one idea has been tossed out is the idea under zonal that you have to effectively have transmission as demonstrated by a tag to be eligible within that zone. And so the question is, do you have views on what would be the appropriate conditions to allow resources to be effectively treated or attributed to load in California or Washington?
Oh man, that's a good one. The transmission or no transmission, that is the question, right? So, that, I think that it part of the question comes down to under what resource sufficiency evaluation framework you're ultimately operating under. For those that are participating in the RAP, that has an element of transmission associated with, meeting your RA requirements, different requirements associated with California's RA program. And then on top of that, obviously the resource attribution behind it, and the level of, what your emissions factor for the resources that you're using for or bringing to the market. So, again, from maybe a principled approach for market design and looking towards optimal solutions in greenhouse gas zones versus non-greenhouse gas zones. I think that if through let's say in an EIM construct, you have the appropriate level of ETSRs, whether or not they're donated, or if they're a part of the ATC methodology, those are ways in which you can help in assuring that there's adequate transfer capabilities within the market. And then again, back to the RAP entities there, that also provides a level of showing that there is deliverability. I think in the optimization, with the greenhouse gas layer on top, whether or not there's a significant or an actual need to have a deliverability requirement, that may be a step too far. But again, I think that it's important that what we're ultimately doing is making sure that the market has enough transfer capabilities in the first place to solve and to come out with optimal, the optimal solution. So, and then on top of that, obviously, are making sure that we in the greenhouse gas zone are showing that that we're able to either to meaningfully show that the resources that we're using are actually low or non-emitting, right? So that with all of this rambling, I think that it just obviously shows the high level of complexity in attempting to meet the high level of efficiency in market in the solve, coupled with the greenhouse gas solution. So long story short, I don't know, but I do think that the underlying assumptions based on the transfer capabilities is important to the market generally and in the greenhouse gas construct.
Other thoughts? Go ahead.
I think of this more of an RSC sort of question than a GHG, although I get it, it's linked. I just wanted to confirm that we're not talking about contracted or pseudo-tied resources in a GHG, in a non-GHG zone or pseudo-tied into a GHG zone, right? Those are tagged and they can be counted full capacity towards the RSC, right? If we're talking about the unspecified market dispatch, then I think if the resource-specific approach, and especially with the load-based accounting, and to the point that I've heard zonal approach as well, if there's no deeming that needs to happen, then I'm not sure if this question exists, right? We're saying there's no deeming that needs to be done anymore. We're trying to eliminate deeming altogether. What needs to happen is after the fact for reporting purposes, we talked about that. We need to go back and see what actually flew, which resource was the one, and which load did it flow to, and the load has the reporting compliance needs or requirements. But from my perspective, I'm not seeing the question if we actually have a construct in the future that does not have deeming in it.
Okay. Anybody else? Otherwise, I have another question for you. So for the three of you, because I think I've heard Anu, you answer this question with respect to LA's perspective and how you're thinking about it. But the other three of you have indicated that you're leaning zonal or are already firmly in the zonal camp. One of the questions that came up both in the work group discussions, it's in their straw proposal, it was highlighted today, is this question, and ultimately it's a matter, obviously, of regulator guidance and rules, Air Resources Board and Department of Ecology in Washington. But there's this open question of for emissions associated with hurdle rate transfers under the zonal approach, which entity should have the compliance obligation? And again, fully recognizing this is not our decision, it would be regulators' decisions. But it might be useful for regulators to hear the views on that. And Anu, you had suggested that under the way you're thinking about that you are comfortable with the idea of load and load-serving entities within the greenhouse gas areas having a compliance obligation assigned. And so the question, so let me ask the others first, is that a model that could potentially work in your eyes under a zonal approach? Is that something that you would be comfortable with? Or is there another way or a different way that you think would be preferable if a zonal approach were ultimately pursued?
Yeah, I've thought about this a little bit, and I mean, to be pretty candid, I tend to fall into the same camp that Anu does, in the sense that I really struggle with the concept of expecting anyone other than load to have kind of the final compliance obligation. At the end of the day, they're all electrons that get kind of mashed together, and you get into kind of attribution and kind of where it's coming from. But from a compliance perspective, I really struggled with the concept that it's not load. I mean, load has the financial obligation. I get that, I respect that. But when it really comes down to kind of implementing the policy, whether you're in Washington State or elsewhere, and you're trying to think about how are we getting to zero carbon, that really ultimately comes down to kind of the policy and decision makers of the constituents within Washington, and them taking the ownership and obligation to make sure that they're complying and fully owning that. And that's where I think that it sits with load, and I really struggle with kind of the alternate suggestions that it could be outside of that on a long-term policy transition, specifically as with some of the proposals we've seen from Washington. So.
And Josh, I want to pick on you next, because you would obviously be affected by that as being a load-serving entity in Washington.
Right. Yeah, I think the first thing that comes to mind is that we're ultimately helping, if we move to a load-based approach, we're solving a problem in that as a customer of Bonneville, right, Bonneville is ultimately noodling or coming, hopefully soon having a process associated with the first jurisdictional importer question as to whether or not they want to be classified as that. That essentially eliminates that problem, right? As we take on the obligation as a load. So I think that that it adds another level of complexity and compliance obligation, but what the other alternatives are makes it difficult to understand what that alternative is. So it may, from a practical perspective, lead to moving away from the FJD and into a load-based compliance requirement. So I feel like that may be where we have to go in order to make this as functional as possible. We do have, we are relatively clean to begin with. So, or maybe I should say we are clean at a very high level, depending on the water year. So our compliance obligation will be minimal in scale to others in Washington. So from a pricing perspective or from a cost perspective, we may be okay with that, but obviously some of the other utilities and load serving entities in Washington are operating under a very different resource mix. So that could I could see an impact on in decision making based on your portfolio to begin with, as being an issue for coming to that decision.
Any other thoughts? And then after that, I think we've got a little bit of time for a few questions.
Yeah, I would just offer quickly that the load-based approach to me is intuitive and makes a lot of sense. I'm not an expert in terms of does that mesh with ARB's requirements and administrative law. So happily punt on that to opine on that. But I think conceptually that process makes a lot of sense to me.
Sorry, just one quick reverse card. There's one thing I wanted to add, and it's like when we think about carbon reduction policy, it's important to think about what we're trying to achieve, right? And not picking on any utilities in the room or anything else like that, but there are lots of utilities out there that have ambitious goals. There's 0% by 2050, or zero carbon by 2050, and not one utility can tell us how they're going to get there. And as you start thinking about it, depending upon how you set up your structure, you may not actually achieve the end objective. If the end objective really is zero carbon, then you might want to think about what does it mean to be load owning that obligation. If you're really thinking about kind of the opportunity to kind of take credit for advancing greenhouse gas policy and reductions overall, then keeping it with kind of that first generator might make sense. But you wind up in a situation where you could have utilities and policy regions that can declare zero carbon. We've done it, we've achieved it, and yet you still have this broader grid region that is still fundamentally generating carbon, so leveraging carbon. So it's important to think about what your end objective is as you're kind of putting it together, and whether or not kind of the load versus the resource attribution and responsibility ultimately drives towards the end conclusion. As you think about initial steps, it makes a lot of sense at that first generator. As you start getting into deeper and deeper decarbonization and thinking about the implications as to whether or not it's a tagline or whether or not it's meaningful change, those are the things to think about in terms of policy. And that's still where I land on with respect to that load obligation long term if you have a zero carbon objective.
All right, thanks for that final comment, Bobby. I think the panel's ready to take a couple questions. We do have one question in queue, I believe online. Is Stuart Kelly queued up?
He is.
Hi, Joanna. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I would just like to start out and say how much I appreciated both proposals and the amount of work that went into them. I do have comments on both the zonal and resource specific. In terms of the unspecified component for zonal, as everyone's just remarked, it's going to be extremely difficult to get the correct hurdle rate. It's also, if you have different hurdle rates, you're going to have different regions. You're going to have sub-markets, which is less than optimal. So linkage here between GHG areas is going to be super important. With the zonal approach for unspecified, there's definitely going to be preferential treatment, in my mind, for certain resources. And it will at times prevent low-emitting resources from being dispatched into a GHG zone that has a policy to promote zero emissions. When I think about the resource-specific approach, the market runs a simultaneous equation, and there is no way to link generation with load. It's recognized in Jeff and Mary's paper. Everybody in the room understands that. So deeming makes absolutely no sense whatsoever from that perspective. It may and I'm solely talking about unspecified here. The only reason we deem is if it wasn't but for the first jurisdictional principle, we wouldn't deem at all. And I think this is a really important component as well. If you look at the rules, CARB has an EIM outstanding emission equation that effectively trues up to a default emission factor that load pays at the end of the day. So if everyone in EIM suddenly stopped, or ISO stopped deeming, the deem component in that equation would be zero, and low would ultimately pay the carbon cost times a default emission factor. And I think that's really important. I don't know if that's the case with Washington's rules. I'm not familiar with them. So in many respects, it makes a lot of sense to develop a load-based accounting approach, because you're going to better account for the cost of greenhouse gases. And rather than rely on a default emission factor, the market can readily calculate the environmental impact from what generation ran in that 5-minute interval after the fact. And if the market takes the role of inserting the bid based on auction prices or whichever method you want, and you can go to a resource-specific approach that properly accounts for the cost of carbon. So I think load-based is, it streamlines everything. You don't have folks like APS or whatever that are having to do carb reporting if they're not in a GHG zone. It doesn't impinge on, it also captures the environmental impact as folks try to transition to carbon free. And as Bobby said, and this is a really important point, it's going to be extremely difficult as we transition to carbon free to actually achieve those goals with the resources actually accounting for the carbon. And I noted that with George, that the resource-specific approach, even if we stay with that at the moment, it still will have to evolve, because you can never declare your carbon free. So I think the load-based accounting makes a tremendous amount of sense, and it's effectively what is done today, and that's maybe what we should focus on rather than two diverging approach. One which from an unspecified, there's a lot of good things in the zonal approach, but from an unspecified component, I think it's discriminatory. And then from a resource specific, deeming doesn't make sense when you're running a simultaneous equation. Thank you.
Thanks, Stuart, for the comment. Any other response? Otherwise, I'll go to the next question. George, before I go to you, I'm going to just ask Vijay. I think you had a question.
Thank you, Vijay, WRA. So it's a very open-ended question to all the panelists who are other than Claire, but though even WPTF might be interested in this. But you're all market participants, potentially going to join the Edam. I hope you do. You have stake in the ground, and I've heard this from many people. You're not sure if you get the hurdle rate right. There's concerns about lack of incentives for non-greenhouse gas generators. And then there's concerns for greenhouse gas generators if they'll be able to bid or not. So since these two approaches are evolving, it's nice to hear the third proposal on load-based accounting. So thank you, Anurag. Is there an interest in testing out these, to the comment made earlier to Mark in the earlier panel, where while you deploy or test the resource specific, if some of you are willing to partner up with CalISO and test out the zonal and or load-based that takes historical patterns of data, you have LMP information, you play out a couple of these scenarios over a year or two, and then within a year rather, what interest do you have as potential participants to test this out on a real prototype so that we're not making bad decisions and SRP doesn't feel discriminated and LAWP can meet its goals? Thanks.
Any response from the panel?
I'll give you an example. CalISO partnered with CPC, I think, and the DER community 5-7 years ago and did a very good DER case study and tested out to see DR integration and deployment in California, what that means. So I think you all are saying the same thing, actually. It depends on the rate. It depends on how it's set up. So how about partnering and doing a real test case so it's not all just coming to George and Anya to test and figure things out? Just throwing an idea out. Thank you.
I would say CLC, I would have no problem in partnering with CAISO to run a scenario. I do think that on a singular basis with just an individual market participant that may not achieve the results we're ultimately looking for. I believe that it would need, a pretty a larger or a wider area footprint touching on multiple market participants to really
totally agree
to get to actually get some level of realistic results in the outcome. So I mean, yeah, sure, we would not have a problem with that. It's ultimately a matter of creating the test and determining what the study would look like and making sure that there's enough critical mass to make it worthwhile and a functional result.
Okay, I think we'll take you up on that offer. All right,
if
George?
I may as well. Sorry, Joanne. Yeah, I see the point there. Ultimately, I agree with Josh. I think it's more of a question for CAISO than it is for us. I happily say yes, sure, let's do it. I don't have to sit there and put the code together. So, but I like the concept. I have nothing against that. I think it'll be helpful to actually figure out now at what point do we start that partnership and start doing that. That obviously comes down the lane. Thank you.
All right, George, I think you had a comment.
Yes, thank you, John. This is George Angelides with the ISO. I just want to make a clarification, and then I have a question for the panelists. So there was a statement here that there is no secondary dispatch in the zonal approach. So what actually happens with the zonal approach is that, of course, there is secondary dispatch, but the cost of the secondary dispatch is captured in the hurdle rate. And as many people have already mentioned, including the gentleman from LA and many panelists, this is the highest challenge that the zonal approach has, how you can calculate the hurdle rate. Even if you have perfect foresight on the solution so that you know which resources are going to be scheduled and how much energy and how much of that energy is going to feed the transfer into a greenhouse gas regulation area so that you can calculate an average emission cost, which is the hurdle rate, then you have to add on top of it the secondary dispatch cost of resources that are backfilling those resources. And the secondary dispatch is an elusive, uncalculable component. You can only calculate that cost with a certain level of assumptions. So that's the challenge. But it's not that there is no secondary cost. The challenge is how to capture it and reflect it in the market solution. On the other hand, the resource-specific approach does not even attempt to capture the secondary dispatch cost. It attempts to reduce the secondary dispatch. So the secondary dispatch cost is captured ex post after the market by CARB. I believe they have a different term. I think it's called residual emission cost, if I'm not sure about that. But there is also a level of assumption in that calculation that captures the secondary dispatch cost ex post. It's not in the market. And, maybe it's not necessary to capture all exogenous costs in the market solution. We spent the better half of yesterday afternoon trying to explore solutions where we won't have a hurdle rate for the bucket 3 transmission. And we were exploring solutions where we can capture the recovery and the cost of that rate ex post after the market, all right? And we're talking about a tremendously higher cost than the cost of the secondary dispatch. So personally, I don't understand this fixation to try to put in the market the cost of the secondary dispatch, and I would like to ask the panelists to comment on that. Is this something necessary, considering we're moving in a direction where we have much higher costs not reflected in the market solution? Thank you.
I guess my take on that is I think that all factors that are relevant to the dispatch of a unit, its GHG emissions, even the use of transmission, where possible, should be calculated and captured into market prices for the long-term transparency, making long-term decisions, et cetera. So that, I guess, that's sort of my guiding principle there. I think where we can, we should seek to reduce after the fact adjustments or costs that are added outside of the market after the fact.
I agree with you, George. I think it's the fact that the hurdle rate is hard to calculate and we're trying to capture the secondary dispatch. It's not gone. It's there. We're just trying to capture it in the hurdle rate, which is, to begin with, so hard to calculate. We don't know the accuracy level of it. So I don't see this, honestly, myself, in my perspective, zonal approach handling secondary dispatch accurately. Now, on the load-based side of things, what I was alluding to was the fact that if we, after the fact, capture the cost, that may or may not capture each and every component of the cost. But at that point, we have more information. It's after the fact, and you're trying to capture that and then hand it over to the load. Right. So again, if there is any secondary dispatch by the mechanism, by the enhanced mechanism of how we apply that emission factor in the after the fact calculation, we will capture, if not all, most of the secondary dispatch emission leakage. So I think I agree that hurdle rate does not really capture that secondary dispatch. I think load-based accounting again has a better proposal there. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to the chat real quick. We do have a question in the chat. Christina, if you want to read it.
Yeah, it's from Jessica Zano. She's with Puget Sound Energy, and her questions are related to the load-based model. If load is responsible, what does that do to the price signal at the time of dispatch? Does load become a price taker? And how do covered entities forecast their compliance costs?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have you repeat the question one more time. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. If load is responsible, what does that do to the price signal at the time of dispatch? Does load become a price taker? And how do covered entities forecast their compliance costs?
So I don't see load becoming a price taker. The GHG bid that the generator gets allocated, that functionality in what I described before is handled by the market operator. If it's a resource that has zero emission factor, there is no GHG adder on that bid. If it is indeed an emitting resource, there's an effective emission factor that gets calculated as the GHG adder, and that does or could, if it's the marginal resource, because it will impact the LMP in the load area, and so it gets captured per that bid adder. I don't see it as load being the price taker for that purpose. Now, how does that get into the forecast of GHG compliance? I'll be honest, I'm not a GHG expert, so I can't really answer that question at this point, but I'll be happy to take it back and respond back.
All right, so let's go to Petter. I think you're in queue.
Thank you, Joanne. I think the LA proposal is a very interesting idea. It looks to me like combination resource-based approach to calculate dispatch and then zonal-based approach to do accounting/compliance on the load level. That approach definitely eliminates one of the key problems of resource-based approach, which is sometimes inaccurate dimming. If we assume that current resource-based approach has correct dispatch and correct marginal GHG price, then secondary dispatch by itself is not a problem. It's completely eliminated, because when we talk about secondary dispatch, we say we are dimming to non-emitting resources while backfill was done by emitting resources, and that's direct result of inaccurate dimming. So it's worth really exploring this idea, and it's not that a large effort to do this even in EIM, because in EIM, market has marginal GHG price, and market has net import in GHG zones. So even in EIM, in real-time market, we can see what this compliance would be if it is load-based instead of current dimming approach. So that would not require some, major proof of concept or pilot project. Something I heard about zonal approach, the zonal approach eliminates secondary dispatch and leakage. And I agree with what George said about secondary dispatch. It doesn't eliminate secondary dispatch, just hiding it. And it doesn't eliminate leakage either. Because if you have hurdle rate that is lower than a bid adder, GHG bid adder for the unit that backfilled, that difference between hurdle rate and that bid adder is leakage. So it may reduce leakage, but doesn't eliminate leakage. And finally, something that needs to be considered is that currently, because GHG adder is built in resources in GHG zone, we are doing marginal pricing for GHG. And we are doing also marginal pricing in either of these approaches. But the question is it correct to do marginal pricing for GHG where those, let's say, part 1 and part 2 are not having marginal price obligation? They have as bid cost obligation. So that's something that probably needs to be considered because that's not consistent. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Petter. I'm going to lose part of this panel because we've gone a little bit over time. So I want to really thank Claire for volunteering and assembling this great panel. I learned one thing about Claire, that she's an avid rower on a Zoom call. And so I'm sure after all this GHG discussion, you're going to be ready for a rowing session for sure. So thank you, Claire. Great job. And thank you, Bobby, Josh, Ian, and Anu. Thank you. And let's give this panel a round of applause. All right. So we have some time for some remaining questions that we didn't get to previously. So I'm going to ask the final ISO team to come on up to the stage so we can take some final questions before we do some next steps and wrap up.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I know we're standing in between lunch and some of your trips as well. So we wanted to dedicate a little bit of time here at the end of day 2 for any questions on the proposal, anything you've heard yesterday, anything you've heard today. Certainly open to any questions. And as well, if you have any suggestions, to the extent there are no questions, if you have any suggestions on what items you think would benefit from further technical discussions in that time frame I laid out at the end of June, early July, we can certainly take that. And Russ, you do get a new round of questions for you. Yeah.
I have two. I'll get them out of the way. One, and sorry if this was addressed in the proposal, but does the CAISO take title of the energy in Edam?
This is John Anderson. I haven't given that specific question consideration yet, but I think at this point in time, we would anticipate that it would be treated similar to in the WEIM. So the answer would be no. We're just the market operator. Yeah.
Okay. And then second one, in discussion of the load, the proposal says that the Edam BAA would submit a load bid if there are, so would it be similar in EIM where the Edam BAA rolls up all load and resources for one single load bid? So because nobody's really bidding load in the EIM, so that's new. And so for a BA like BPA, where we have a lot of separate load serving entities, it feels like we would have to develop a process to find out like what people's load bids are, or would there be a relationship that the CAISO would have with LSCs inside the BA?
Yeah, so Ross, the situation in the day-ahead market allows for load bids from scheduling coordinators. And you have the ability to have load resources, but they need to be defined also in load aggregation points. So you have, for every resource, you have a location, which in the case of load is an aggregate location, so that we know how to distribute the schedule to the individual nodes, for congestion management and all of that. And you can have a single load aggregation point like now in the Western Energy Imbalance Market, but that will have to change, supporting Washington Greenhouse Gas Regulation Area. Well, as we said earlier, one of the necessary enhancements is to actually model the state boundary and the BAA boundary, and there could be an overlap. So the load of a BAA that is within a greenhouse gas regulation area has to be separated from the load that is outside of the greenhouse gas regulation area. So necessarily we'll have to split the load aggregation point to at least two, one inside the greenhouse gas regulation area, one outside. And therefore you can have load resources defined for these load aggregation points, and there could be scheduling coordinators, like in the ISO Balancing Authority area. In the day-ahead market, individual scheduling coordinators bid for the load to take a financial position for their load. So I envision the same will happen for an Edam BAA. You could have the situation where, like in EIM, the scheduling coordinator that is responsible for the load is the EIM entity. You could have the same situation. You can have the Edam entity, taking the full responsibility of taking a financial position for that load. But we see no reason for that because we actually have the flexibility to support individual scheduling coordinators taking a financial position. So we would leave it up to you.
Okay. Those are my questions. Good day to you.
Thanks, Russ. Yes. Safe travels. All right. I think we have somebody on the virtual queued up.
Yeah, we have someone with their hand raised. We also have a chat question. So we'll go to the Kanye first. And Kanye, you may be muted on your end.
Hi, I'm Kanya Dorlan with the Public Advocate's Office, and I had a question regarding the Edam transmission compensation for providing firm transmission for Edam transfers. Based on the proposal, participants will be made whole, and there was some discussion yesterday. There was an Excel table that CAISO staff was walking through about showing, your expected wheeling revenue. I thought there was going to be more discussion on how the calculations would be made or assumptions for compensating participants to make them whole for providing firm transmission for Edam transfers.
Yes, thank you for the question. And what we laid out in the straw proposal is three options that we've tried to describe at a fairly conceptual level for how that revenue recovery could occur. after the fact, outside of the optimization. And we did start walking through the spreadsheets, but I think it became a little bit overwhelming. So what we're going to do is we're going to dedicate a technical session on that. And I'll also note that we're going to be working on creating a more simplified scenario that just can illustrate those three options that we'll post along with that spreadsheet in anticipation of further technical discussions. But yes, you're right. All those three options, and while we haven't yet necessarily indicated a proposal, we do want to hear from stakeholders. Does that type of an approach make sense? After the fact, cost recovery, ensuring that all Edam entities effectively recover their transmission revenue requirement, or are some of the other approaches that we've laid out, like including a hurdle rate in the optimization, is that a more appropriate framework? So that's still an open question, and we'll have further technical discussions to illustrate those three options that we didn't get to effectively yesterday.
Thank you.
So more to come on those spreadsheets. All right. We have a chat question, I believe.
Yes, from Vincent Ching, Puget Sound. Will there be a mechanism in the pre-market phase that would allow an EDAM entity to submit confirmed redirects of transmission for use as bucket 2 transmission, seeing if there is another mechanism to submit transmission other than the master file process?
Yes, I'll start if I understood the question. I think we recognize that in terms of, to the extent that we go down this path of bucketed transmission and parties making their transmission, customers making their transmission available, we have described the one approach where you would, to the extent you have longer term rights, transmission rights, that you could register those and master file. There's certain timelines associated with that. But in the working groups, and I think in the straw proposal as well, we recognize that there's shorter term transmission rights as well that parties acquire, whether it's a redirect, whether it's a resale, whether it's short term transmission. And we're working on, we will effectively create a process where you can effectively make that available on a short term basis without necessarily having to go through that registration process. I think we've talked about potential cyber enhancements if we're talking about tools, but ultimately the intent is to allow you to make that transmission available as seamlessly as possible to the market of varying durations that you may have rights to.
Okay, thanks, Milos. Any other questions, Christina?
No one on the queue at this time.
Okay. Any other questions here in the room? Go ahead.
This is Michelle with LADP. This is more of a comment. I don't want to go too much into the technical, but I do urge CAISO to start more of a working group to look into the technical components of the gas reliability impacts. I know that on a lot of conversations with other entities, we've talked about how the gas and electric timelines do not align, and how that's still the case in today's market. However, the concern with EDAM is that it would be at a larger footprint, assuming that all the EIM entities end up joining. So the uncertainty there of where those gas resources are going to get dispatched is two components. It could, if we don't accurately forecast the load there and how those resources are going to get dispatched, it could cause reliability on the gas system. And B, if there's not a mechanism to forecast the bids that are going to be potentially awarded EDAM, we could potentially run the risk of selling energy from those gas resources cheaper than what is actually generated. Because since those timelines do not align on the day-ahead market, once those bids are awarded, suppliers more than likely will now not sell us gas at the index price. We will move and transition that pricing or that procurement of that gas for those bids that were awarded to real-time pricing.
This is Mark, and thanks for that comment. This topic of gas-electric coordination is not a new topic. It's been discussed probably 2, maybe 3 times. And every time we go down the road of, well, should we change the electric timeline to better coordinate with it, we always end up in the place, well, no, we can manage it. So I think it's a topic that does need to be considered and discussed in the context of Edam, because I know different areas will have different gas constraints, but I think we have to do it in a kind of a step process. How much of an issue is it for the area? And I know storage capability is going to play a role in that. And think about the information that would come out and when it would come out. And is there a way to forecast? Are there forecasting mechanisms to forecast that gas burn? And is there anything that the market can do to help forecast that versus a pathway that we really go down and reconsider changing timelines to move the electric market up so that you get information in time for the gas nomination timeline. I'd be open to input on that. I've heard it from others as well. And maybe a dialogue with those who are in the California market today is how do they do that and manage that is maybe a good starting point. And then we decide where do you go from there on the two pathways. That's my recommendation.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other questions? BJ.
First of all, again, thank you to the CalISO team for your work on Edam. I think during the stakeholder work groups, Mark and team, you had a very decent cadence of the 3 work groups that worked on 3 areas. Once you get the comments from us all on June 16th, you will find that some of the issues, as George fundamentally has well explained in the past, you can tell that in many of the separate work groups, you have specific issues. But if you look at base scheduling and deeming issues, if you look at the determination of load forecasts, whether CalISO will be doing it as a service or BAs might do it. If you look at the availability of transmission, which is linked to RSE, if you look at greenhouse gas methodology proposal selection that is linked to RSE, you have what I would like to propose and request a consideration of cross-functional work groups. If you could identify some cross-functional work groups, because if you are going to change how you determine forecasts or BA forecast versus CalISO doing it, will that impact some of the other ripple effects in the other areas? So all I'm saying is more from a process perspective is the current proposal is customized with specific categories, but you're having common themes of market design elements that can impact multiple areas. So I don't know what you've thought about that, but that's a request to think as you go into the next step of digesting comments and then developing the next steps. Just a request / comment. Thank you. Vijay, WRA.
So I think you're right, and I think the work groups or the technical workshops, that we're considering are not going to be the same thing as the work groups.
Thank you.
And I don't think we're contemplating bringing back that cadence or pacing, unless you want it.
No.
But I do think they will be targeted. Probably not just in, like you said, there's going to be some cross-functional, cross issues. They will be targeted on specific issues and try to drive to those very quickly, and how do we converge to those, or at least a workable solution.
So just to be clear to your point, Mark, I'll give you an example to understand if that's where we're going. If the work group will be focusing on load forecasts and what steps will be taken to forecast and what approach will be adopted, you would then in that work group also discuss the implications for how transmission availability will be dealt with and how it impacts GHG accounting. You see where I'm going with that is touching the different areas that any market design element you will be tweaking or changing, how it impacts the different streams. That's what I'm hoping is a request. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Vijay, and I think that's right. And one of the questions that we do ask stakeholder input for is, coming out of these 2 days now and having read the proposal, what are those areas really that you think benefit from further technical discussions? I think we know a few, certainly the transmission and the spreadsheet, but I know that there's a few more. And what are those really ones that you feel we really would benefit from those more narrowed, focused technical discussions? So you'll see that as well. And when we publish the comments template, that's going to be one of the questions we ask.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions, so I think I'd like to have the ISO team stay on the stage, and I'm going to introduce Greg Cook to come up to the stage. He's going to talk about initiative interdependencies, and he is our Executive Director of Market and Infrastructure Policy.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for everybody for participating the last day and a half, and congratulations to those of you that have made it this far. But for those of you that are feeling a little, unsatisfied and want more market design issues to grapple with, we've got you covered. But in all seriousness, what we're really looking at, we have a number of parallel initiatives that are running with the Edam effort, and we really envision a comprehensive design, regional design going forward, being designed and implemented over the next 2.5 years. And this timeline depicts how we envision that rolling out. So, starting from the top and working our way down, we have, with the Edam initiative, which we've been talking about the last day and a half. Again, our goal is to try and have that design completed by the end of the year. We would actually start the tariff development process in Q4, putting together that tariff framework so that we could be prepared to make a FERC filing in the second quarter of 2023. And that would put us on track to have the functionality implemented in our fall release of fall of 2023. And then we would look to onboard the first Edam entrance in the second quarter of 2024. But then to support that, we also have the day-ahead market enhancements initiative. We've talked about that over the last couple of days, and that includes the new imbalance reserve product, which obviously has tight ties to making Edam work and working efficiently. And so, again, we've been working on that design for some time now. We're hoping to have that design completed around the end of the third quarter of this year, so we can start moving on the implementation efforts and then start the tariff development process as well in the third quarter of this year with a FERC filing, early next year. And then we would look to implement that, prior to Edam in the fall of 2023. Moving down the list, then we have the resource sufficiency evaluation enhancements phase 2. This is the continuation of the resource sufficiency initiative here. We're really focusing on looking at maybe we're going to change the consequences of failure from freezing of incremental transfers to more of a financial consequence. We're also looking at if and whether we should be including load conformance into the resource sufficiency evaluation, as well as how we might need to be dealing with HAS exports that could be supported by advisory EIM transfers. So those issues will be coming up. We're currently working on a straw proposal, but prior to that, we have one more set of analysis that we'll be releasing next month, having a discussion on that will then help to inform that straw proposal that we would hope to have out, I would guess, either in late June or early July. And then next, we have the Transmission Services and Market Scheduling Priorities Initiative. This is also known as the Wheeling Initiative. This is our commitment to put forward a more long-term comprehensive framework for how entities outside of the ISO can attain higher priority scheduling rights of the ISO's available transmission capacity on a forward basis. Again, I think we've noted that we're working with OATI on that. We're looking to have a straw proposal released next month, and work is well underway on that. But for the timeline, we would see that going into Q2 of next year. We would then look to support a FERC filing by Q3, and then we would implement that in the spring of 2024, prior to the interim provisions that we currently have in place expiring, which I believe expire on June 1st of 2024. And then next we have the Price Formation Enhancements Initiative. The three main topics we're looking at there. We talked about one, we've moved the market power mitigation to where we would be looking at more of a grouping approach as opposed to the single BA by BA approach into that. initiative. We're also looking at reconsidering fast start pricing as part of that initiative and scarcity pricing provisions as well. So those are the three primary elements of that initiative. We're starting that off with a workshop to get more input from stakeholders on scope prior to releasing our issue paper, and that I believe is scheduled for June 9th. So we're looking to get that initiative kicked off. We are hoping to complete those designs again by the end of this year so that we can support a FERC filing early next year for implementation then in the fall, in that fall release of fall of 2023 prior to Edam going in place. And then finally, we have the FRP enhancements. This is one we completed the design on a while ago, but I think as many of you are aware, we've recognized that there's some linkages to how it could impact the current resource sufficiency evaluations. So we're taking another look at that, but our plan is to still address those issues and make a FERC filing coming up relatively soon so that we can still implement that in the fall of this year going forward. So that's the big plan that we have going forward. And again, this will get us to the regional design over the next 2.5 years. So be happy to answer any questions on this. Yeah, Steve.
Thanks, Craig. Steve Greenleaf, Brookfield. Just very quickly on the transmission services market scheduling priorities initiative. Obviously, the policy design goes beyond EDM and into next year. Just a quick question, as far as from a functionality standpoint, I assume you guys are comfortable that you'll be able to kind of incorporate that, whatever kind of reservation system comes out of that, into the EDAM structure, such that, for example, that wheel-through reservation would be treated analogous to perhaps a bucket 2 type transmission. Just, can you talk a little bit about that? And then I have one more question.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, Steve. And there are a lot, and the point is there are linkages to all these initiatives to EDAM. So we are, we're not designing any of these designs in isolation. They're all taking into account, how they would impact and be aligned with other initiatives. So, that's a good example. As we go through this, we will have to, take another look at, how that would work with the EDAM resource sufficiency evaluation going forward. So yes, that is something that we have targeted to look at.
And this next question, I spoke with Phil about it briefly yesterday, and it's a little off topic, but I'm curious, do you guys see any implications with respect to implementation of FERC Order 881 in the context of EDAM? And has there been any discussions on coordination with respect to neighboring BAAs as far as that kind of dynamic line rating process?
Well, I think our focus is we have to coordinate with our PTOs, obviously. I think our EIM balancing areas are going to have to think about what they're doing as well in regards to 881's the lack of a dynamic line rating capability. And I think we will have some coordination around that, certainly between EIM, and I think it will roll into EDAM, but it's more probably an EIM related topic. I don't have a workflow at this point, unless you do.
No, I think we're still looking at that.
It's more of a operational and technology lift at this point.
Okay. So Mark, you see it more having an impact in the operational or the real-time market as opposed to an impact on ATC calculations with respect to, the transmission services and market priority initiative.
At this point, I understand there could be a impact on the ATC, but I guess our focus is right now on the operational space.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, Tony.
Cody Braun, BBSW. Greg, this is a little bit out of the blue, but with the wheeling discussion and the possible reservation, and then some of the hurdle rate or other discussions for Edam, you guys had a hybrid TAC initiative that was pretty much wrapped up a little while ago. Is there any thought to surfacing some of those concepts and how it might impact some of these things here?
Yeah, I mean, that is something, just to give everybody some background. I think it was probably 2.5 years ago now, we looked at designing a new tax structure that would move us away from our current volumetric rate, and we ended up with a mix of a demand charge and that volumetric rate for recovering the revenue, the ISO's revenue requirement through TAC. And, we put that on hold in primarily because we wanted to see how the Edam effort was going to evolve, so that once we had better vision of that, we could resurface those ideas and see if, they still made sense or we needed to change them. So, yeah, I think, we're definitely keeping that in mind as we go forward and seeing how that may fit, particularly when we're looking at, designing what could be a rate for that higher transmission priority and the transmission services and market scheduling initiative. We may think of some of those concepts there as we move forward. But yeah, it does play into this, and we still have that on the shelf. We can still pull out and look at. Yeah.
Greg, you do have a question on the phone.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to Ken.
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Ken Lyons, APS. So, speaking of initiatives, a while back in EIM, we had the real-time settlement initiative that was supposed to have a next phase dealing with asymmetrical wheeling for dynamics. And, nothing I've heard during this, whole initial meeting has, talked about the potential exposure that, these different products may have in wheeling, because we're still, again, talking about 50-50 price splits in those. So has that been thought about or talked about?
I mean, not directly. I don't know. I'll look at my.
Yeah, as part of the Edam implementation, we did consider internally extending the settlement of ETSRs, which are, the basic elements of the transfers, also to the real-time market. Today, we do have the settlement applying only for the base transfer deviations. So we were thinking of expanding the settlement to all transfers, even the dynamic transfers, in a similar manner that we were planning to do for Edam. But you're right, we haven't really explained or articulated this aspect. So we'll do this in one of the further updates to the STRO proposal, and we'll have more discussion on that.
Thank you.
All right. Does it go back to you?
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate that. Okay, so before I turn it over to Mark Rothleader for some final comments and closing remarks, I wanted to touch on a couple of next steps and a few logistics. So as we talked about, we're going to be opening up our comment period. The comments are going to be due by June 16th. We are expecting to publish the comments template tomorrow, and in that template, it will include the questions that have been incorporated into the straw proposal, so you'll be able to submit your comments regarding some of those questions along with some others. So tomorrow, that template will be posted and the comments period will open. I know probably quite a few of you are going to be hitting the road. I think some of you already have. We do have, the cafe is open. There are plenty of grab and go options if you want to grab a sandwich or grab a salad. please go down to the cafeteria and to help get you on your way. Also, we are going to have a tour if anybody still wanted to see the control room at 12:30. If you wanted to assemble in the lobby, we will run one more tour. So I just want to say it's been truly a pleasure to be a host for this first ISO meeting. I hope you've had as much fun as I have had, but I also hope that more importantly, you've gained a better depth of knowledge around the EDM topics, and we look forward to your continued engagement as we continue. I do want to thank my team who's worked tirelessly behind the scenes to pull off today's event. So Isabella, Christina, Misty, Brenda, and Keone, thanks you guys, you did an awesome job. And I want to thank this entire ISO team who has worked tirelessly to put together this straw proposal. And lastly, thank you to all of our stakeholders. You guys have been with us every step of the way to get us to this point of a straw proposal, and we look forward to your continued engagement. So stay well and safe travels. Thank you. Turn it over to Mark. Oh, I do have one other announcement. Sorry, Mark. So now that this is the year of in-person events, once again, we are going to be holding our Stakeholder Symposium this fall. It is November 9th and 10th at the Downtown Safe Credit Union Convention Center. So we look forward to seeing all of you there this fall. Thanks very much. And registration will open probably in the early June timeframe, so opening up soon.
Great. I'll be quick. I'll just say that the last day and a half has been validating my encouragement that the straw proposal was indeed progress forward on the EDAM. I think it confirmed that, one, while there's no showstoppers, there's still a great amount of work to be done, details to be built out, and obviously thorny issues still to navigate. But I was encouraged to hear some of the comments that there, at least some of the people feeling that there was no showstoppers. Like I told you in my opening comments, you're probably going to leave today both encouraged and disappointed that we didn't get into greater detail. And I think that's exactly where we are. We will hopefully satisfy that request or desire for more detail and getting to narrowing of these topics down through some of these additional workshops. Really looking forward to your written comments. They will be important for us to digest and incorporate into both the workshops and then the next version of the proposal. So once again, as everybody says, thank you for coming out here. Thank you for your engagement, and thank you for our team for the great work that you did. Thank you.
All right, Marvin, I think we can go ahead and close the web conference. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your week.